Chapter 620. Lu Yin's domain did not extend too far, so Yan Xiaojing saw him not long after Lu Yin saw him as well. Her expression changed. Hide. Everyone immediately scattered into the trees and looked into the distance. Not long after, the person on all fours approached them. Behind him were dozens of first divine gate guardians that shook the earth. The person arrived at the group's previous location and laughed sinisterly. He suddenly charged into the forest, where Sister Kuei and a few others were still perched. The first divine gate guardians charged into the forest and flattened the trees. Sister Kuei and the others were naturally discovered, and they were attacked by the guardians. Take care, everyone. Enjoy the gifts that I've prepared for you. The person laughed as he fled even faster than when he had arrived. Yan Xiaojing's expression turned ugly. It's him. He's from a family that my Yan family exterminated. Is he from the family with the devourer rat bloodline? The fatty was shocked. Yan Xiaojing nodded. This person must have known of our existence and deliberately lured the first divine gate guardians here. Everyone listen to my commands. The number of first divine gate guardians that had appeared this time was nearly twice as many as the ones that had surrounded them before. Even with Lu Yin's presence, no one dared to claim that they would be able to escape unscathed. Some of them had already been beaten to the point of spitting blood and had almost died. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. If not for the fact that he did not want to reveal too much, he would have chased after that person and killed him. But it did not matter, as the lives of these people had nothing to do with him. At most he would save the fatty and Yan Xiaojing. These first divine gate guardians posed no threat to him. Yan Xiaojing commanded everyone to work together to resist the first divine gate guardians' attacks. Fortunately, the path was not wide and the first divine gate guardians' attacks were limited. No matter how many of them there were, they could not swarm them all at once. In addition, Lu Yin was constantly eliminating the first divine gate guardians from the outside. Half an hour later, a gap had been created in the encirclement, and the group escaped through it. 3 people had died in this battle and everyone's hearts were heavy. Yan Xiaojing clenched her fists. I promise that I will find that rat and avenge everyone. The fatty had been injured, but it was not serious. If not for Lu Yin's intervention, he would have died. He was grateful to Lu Yin from the bottom of his heart, and he continued to nag incessantly. Lu Yin's gaze swept across the group, and he could see the resentment in their eyes. Someone blamed him for not using his full strength, as his imprint had not appeared. Lu Yin did not explain himself and he pretended to be deaf and mute. Fatty anxiously jumped up to argue with that person, but in the end Yan Xiaojing suppressed him. That person isn't related to us in any way. He's not even a friend. The fact that he stayed behind to help us is already extremely benevolent. We can't expect others to risk their lives for us. Don't worry, it won't be long before we meet up with Big Brother Autumn Frost. No one said anything else. A bunch of ingrates, Fatty mocked. You should shut up as well. Yan Xiaojing glared at the fatty and then at Lu Yin, but she didn't say anything else. Of course she was resentful as well, but as she had said, there was no need for Lu Yin to risk his life for them. Lu Yin didn't care about what these people thought at all as he continued to look around. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to hear more useful information, he would have left long ago. These people were of little value to him. But then again, these people were blaming him for not using the imprint. Could it be that in their eyes, cultivators must have imprints? Where did their imprints come from? Imprinter family. Imprinter was a synonym for a powerhouse of a certain level. Then what did it have to do with imprinting? This was getting more and more interesting and Lu Yin grew excited. That person from before seemed to have attracted all the remaining first divine gate guardians, and they did not encounter many of them along the way. Even if they did encounter 1 or 2, they safely reached the end of the first divine gate. It was also a giant door that led them to a pillar of light that would teleport them to the budding terrace. We passed the Daoist sect's entrance exam just like that. It's like a dream, the fatty sighed. Someone immediately mocked him. The 5th mainland's Daoist sect was destroyed. Do you think it was that easy? Our continent's Daoist sect's entrance exam is very abnormal. Of course, with your strength, you won't even be able to reach the entrance. The fatty did not retort. He had told Lu Yin before that the exam's difficulty had been greatly reduced. Lu Yin had not taken it to heart, but his expression changed when he heard this. The current difficulty was only after the Daoist sect had been destroyed? Then how difficult had it been when it had been at its peak? The fifth mainland's Daoist sect had been destroyed, and that person had mentioned their continent's Daoist sect. Could there be more than one Daoist sect? What about the fifth mainland? There was too much information that Lu Yin wanted to know. After passing through the entrance, Yan Xiaojing and the others felt much more relaxed. The fatty's expression turned ugly, but he did not bother Yan Xiaojing. Instead, he walked over to Lu Yin's side and muttered something to him. Lu Yin was not unfamiliar with this beam of light, as he had come across it during Astral 10's entrance exam. He stepped inside and the scene in front of him quickly changed. When he opened his eyes again, he no longer saw the entrance, but rather a completely different scene. The sky was still the same, but the clouds were much closer and the air was much thinner. Lu Yin looked around and saw that the ground was still cracked, and the ground was soaked with blood that had long since turned black. There were also many strange scars that had definitely been left behind by battles. Many strange plants grew out of the cracks in the ground, and the air was filled with a floral fragrance that gave off a very peaceful feeling. Lu Yin's eyes filled with star energy once more, but he still could not see any rune lines. After walking out of the beam of light, the peaceful feeling became even stronger. So this is the fifth mainland's Daoist sect's budding terrace. I wonder if it's the same as our sixth mainland's Daoist sect's budding terrace. Nonsense, of course it's different. This place has been destroyed and our sixth mainland's Daoist sect was in its golden age. The three progenitors appeared at the same time, and the budding terrace was much more prosperous than this place. It's a pity that we can't pass the entrance exam. Only people at Brother Autumn Frost's level of strength can enter the Daoist sect to cultivate, and they might even be able to meet the three progenitors. Lu Yin quietly listened to these people's conversations and his eyes flickered. More and more information about the fifth mainland and the sixth mainland had appeared. Autumn Frost Qing, Autumn Frost Qing. These idiots only think about Autumn Frost Qing all the time. Why don't they consider that no matter how powerful that guy becomes, it has nothing to do with them? The fatty muttered to Lu Yin with an unhappy expression. Lu Yin glanced at him and then looked at Yan Xiaojing. Yan Xiaojing was currently looking into the distance. She looked to the west and then to the east. Everyone follow me. I know where Brother Autumn Frost is. That's great. We can finally meet up with Brother Autumn Frost. Everyone was excited. Lu Yin was curious as he had heard Autumn Frost Qing's name countless times along the way. These people seemed to worship that person not only because of his family background, but also because the fatty hated that person because that person was pursuing Yan Xiaojing. However, no matter what unpleasant things they said, they did not deny that person's strength. It seemed like that person was very strong and he might even be strong enough to represent this region's highest level. Why is that deaf mute still following us? Someone asked. He no longer looked at Lu Yin as cautiously as before. Sister Kuei sneered. I think that he can hear us and knows that we're going to meet up with Brother Autumn Frost. He's purposely following us so that he can obtain Brother Autumn Frost's protection. That's right. Brother Autumn Frost is one of the top powerhouses of our Bloodburn realm's younger generation, and he's only second to DFA. With Brother Autumn Frost's protection, we might be able to obtain some opportunities. The fatty could not hold back any longer. You bunch of snobs are looking down on us. Brother Deaf Mute isn't weak and he doesn't need Autumn Frost Qing's protection. It's just that he doesn't know the way. The crowd sneered and Yan Xiaojing growled, Stop arguing. The budding terrace itself isn't dangerous, but we still have to guard against sneak attacks from others. Our Bloodburn realm has never stopped fighting against the Blood Homage realm over the past few years, so it's best to be careful. The crowd fell silent. Lu Yin looked around with a curious gaze. This budding terrace seemed to be very large, but it was a pity that it was in tatters. He could not see much of the ground that was intact, which meant that the battle that had destroyed this sect must have been very bitter. Not long after, Lu Yin's domain suddenly felt a burst of palpitations. There was a powerhouse nearby, and he hurriedly retracted his domain with a solemn expression. In the distance, at the very end of Lu Yin's domain, a youth suddenly opened his eyes and looked in Lu Yin's direction. There was a puzzled look in his eyes as he had just felt that he had been spied on. This feeling was a domain, and although he had not comprehended it, he was still very sensitive to it. However, this domain had given him a strange feeling, and it had even caused his heart to palpitate. His many years of battle experience had taught him to trust his instincts, and there should not be many youths in the Sixth Mainland who could cause his heart to palpitate. Who could it be? He stood up and leapt in the direction of the domain that he had sensed. This was the Fifth Mainland's Daoist sect, and there were dangers and opportunities everywhere. He would not allow such a person to be by his side, so he had to get to the bottom of this. Lu Yin and the rest were walking forward when someone suddenly cried out, "Brother Autumn Frost." Everyone looked up and saw a youth appear. He saw the group and immediately descended. Yan Xiaojing and the rest excitedly rushed over, and the fatty's mouth twitched. "Brother Autumn Frost, are you here to look for us?" Sister Kuei asked excitedly. The youth was Autumn Frost Qing, and he had come to look for the domain powerhouse that he had sensed, but he had not expected to run into the group. "Yeah, you guys came later than expected, and I was afraid that something might have happened to you." He then looked at Yan Xiaojing. "Xiaojing, are you all right?" Yan Xiaojing smiled and shook her head. "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, Brother Autumn Frost." Autumn Frost Qing nodded, and his gaze swept across the group before finally stopping on the fatty. His lips curled up in an indescribable arc. "I didn't think that you would dare to come here, third fatty." The fatty's expression changed and he forced a smile. "Let's take a look. Let's take a look." He had dared to curse Autumn Frost Qing in private, but he did not dare to face him in person. "What's wrong, fatty? Weren't you very arrogant on the way here? Are you scared after seeing Brother Autumn Frost?" Someone mocked. Sister Kuei mocked. "Fatty, what do you plan to do next? Follow Brother Autumn Frost or Sister Jing? Hurry up and choose, or else no one will protect you." "Oh right, I forgot. Sister Jing is definitely with Brother Autumn Frost, hee." The fatty's expression was extremely ugly and he remained silent. Chapter 621. Yan Xiaojing frowned and looked at the fatty. "Go back when your futon's time is up. You'll be able to answer to your family if you're able to make it this far. Stay at the budding terrace for a while and you might be able to find some destiny." "Speaking of destiny, I think there might be a bloodline in the northeast," Autumn Frost Qing said. Everyone looked at him excitedly. "Really? Brother Autumn Frost, what bloodline is it?" Lu Yin looked at him curiously as well. "Bloodline? How is it preserved?" Autumn Frost Qing smiled. "This bloodline is very suitable for third fatty. Feels like the pom-pom pig bloodline, and it can help your bloodline evolve." Everyone was stunned and looked at Autumn Frost Chiu in confusion. The fatty's face went pale as he stared blankly at Autumn Frost Chiu. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Autumn Frost Qing slapped his forehead when he saw the confusion on everyone's faces. "I forgot that third fatty claimed to have the Black Ox bloodline. Sorry, fatty, but if it really is the pom-pom pig bloodline, then your luck will come. Don't give up on your strength for the sake of face. It's in the northwest, so go try your luck." "Haha, fatty, so you have the pom-pom pig bloodline." Sister Kuei laughed. Everyone else laughed as well, their eyes filled with mockery. Yan Xiaojing was shocked as well. She hadn't known that the fatty had the pom-pom pig bloodline and had always assumed that he had the Black Ox bloodline. There wasn't much of a difference between the two, but their reputations were different. The fatty lowered his head, his face pale as he clenched his fists. How did Autumn Frost Qing know that he had the pom-pom pig bloodline? It was over and his image had been completely destroyed. Not only would Xiaojing change her opinion of him, but the entire Huang family would also lose face. What a despicable Autumn Frost Qing. Autumn Frost Qing sneered. A piece of trash wanted to compete with him for Yan Xiaojing? That was fine, as there would be a comparison. If the Huang family had still been an imprinter family, he would have been more apprehensive. However, the Huang family had already declined, and their futon had been exchanged for with their ancestors' contributions. This kind of trash would never rise again, so there was nothing wrong with trampling on them. Suddenly, Autumn Frost Qing stared at the crack in the ground in the distance. "Who's there?" He roared and charged over with extreme speed. Far away in the underground crevice, the hidden figure's pupils constricted. He got down on all fours and fled into the distance at an extremely fast speed. "Brother Autumn Frost, that's the person who harmed us at First Divine Gate." Yan Xiaojing recognized the person and shouted. Autumn Frost Qing's eyes flashed and he stopped. He raised his right hand and his fingers transformed into a claw. Heaven-rending claw. As he spoke, the space around his right hand began to distort. In the next instant, everyone saw a giant claw appear in the sky, grabbing at the figure. The figure cried out in shock, "Spare me!" With a bang, the claw fell to the ground, leaving a deep imprint on the ground. Beneath the imprint was a pool of blood. Lu Yin's expression changed. What a powerful attack. That person had clearly used his imprint and bloodline at the very last moment, but they had still been crushed by that claw. That claw had been extremely powerful, and it was comparable to a full-powered attack from a powerhouse who was around 40 on the top 100 rankings. Furthermore, that was just a casual attack from this person. This person's true strength might be comparable to Night King Gu's or even higher. The others hurriedly stepped forward and stared at the pool of blood with hatred. "If it wasn't for him, Brother Lian and the others wouldn't have died," said Yan Xiaojing. Autumn Frost Qing said, "This person's evil deeds have their retribution." The fatty trembled as he stared at the pool of blood. Fortunately, he had not been impulsive and had not said anything overboard to Autumn Frost Qing. Otherwise, this would have been his fate. Yan Xiaojing looked at the fatty and gave him a look that indicated for him to leave. Autumn Frost Qing saw this and his face sank. "Third fatty, if you want to follow us, then gather here in 3 days. For Xiaojing's sake, I can take you to the scripture pavilion to try your luck. However, it's very dangerous and whether or not you can leave this place alive will depend on your luck. I can't protect you forever." Yan Xiaojing hurriedly said, "Brother Autumn Frost, there's no need. Let him go back." "But I'll come." Yan Xiaojing's pleading and gaze had provoked the fatty, and he immediately agreed. At the same time he asked, "Can you bring this big brother of mine along?" At this point, Autumn Frost Qing finally noticed Lu Yin. Lu Yin's performance was very ordinary, and under the concealment of his domain, his strength was not something that Autumn Frost Qing could detect. "This is..." Autumn Frost Qing was puzzled and he suddenly recalled the domain expert from before. Yan Xiaojing hurriedly introduced him. "This person is deaf and mute. We met him by chance along the way and he helped Fatty and us. Brother Autumn Frost, don't bring him along. When we were surrounded by the first Divine Gate Guardians, that person didn't even use his imprint. If he had been willing to help, then Brother Lian and the others definitely wouldn't have died." Autumn Frost Qing's face sank and he stared at Lu Yin. "I don't care if you're really deaf and mute or not. I'm grateful that you helped Xiaojing and the others, but you also ignored the lives of our other brothers, so we'll call it even. You can come along, but I won't protect you." Yan Xiaojing looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin blinked and a confused expression appeared on his face. This guy was very confident. The fatty tugged at Lu Yin and then said to Autumn Frost Qing, "We'll meet here in 3 days. We'll be leaving first." Autumn Frost Qing waved a hand. Yan Xiaojing still wanted to say something, but the fatty didn't give her a chance to speak. He pulled Lu Yin away. He had just been humiliated and the person he didn't want to face the most right now was Yan Xiaojing. Sometimes people like the fatty who appeared to be carefree on the surface were more likely to have their self-esteem hurt. "Bro, am I very laughable? My bloodline was exposed in front of everyone," the fatty said bitterly. "Bloodlines guarantee the strength of our progenitor of bloodlines realm, and a good bloodline can allow a person to be reborn. Autumn Frost Qing humiliated me in front of everyone, and everyone knows what kind of person he is. Xiaojing also knows that he's petty, suspicious, arrogant and vengeful. However, because of his background and bloodline, no one cares about his character. The Autumn Frost family is one of the few world imprinter families in the progenitor of bloodlines realm. Forefather Autumn Frost is a world imprinter, and Autumn Frost Qing is the first heir of the Autumn Frost family. His family background aside, he has fused with the Sky Pillar Overlord's bloodline, which is said to be one of the most invincible bloodlines in the progenitor of bloodlines realm. It's only slightly inferior to DFA's Ghost Raccoon bloodline. The fatty looked at his hands. "As for me, I have the Pom-Pom Pig bloodline." What a joke. Lu Yin listened quietly, but he didn't have the time to comfort the fatty. He was using his domain to observe the budding terrace. It was huge and he couldn't see the end of it. The fatty spoke for several hours before stopping, and Lu Yin sealed his ears when the fatty reached an hour. This damn fatty was too long-winded and full of remorse, which made Lu Yin a little depressed. The monkey was very straightforward and asked Lu Yin to block him. He would rather be blocked than listen to the fatty's nagging. The fatty suddenly let out a long howl. "Much better, bro. You're still the best." You vented all of my frustrations for so many years. Lu Yin couldn't hear him as he was focused on observing his surroundings. There were no opportunities, but people would occasionally pass by. That fellow seemed to have been startled by something, and he cursed in their direction before leaving. Wait, that's not right. There are more and more people in that direction, and Lu Yin looked into the distance. Not long after, a group of 5 or 6 people passed by. They looked at the fatty and Lu Yin curiously, but they didn't say anything and just walked off in another direction. They're people who passed through the extreme celestial sect. The Daoist sect's 4 mountain gates are the first divine gate, the extreme celestial gate, the third azure gate, and the imperial gate. The extreme celestial gate is closer to the first divine gate, while the third azure gate and the imperial gate are further away. However, no matter how close they are, it still takes them a few days to get there. Lu Yin hadn't expected that there would be 3 other gates similar to the first divine gate, and he guessed that each gate had a different test. There are many opportunities in the budding terrace, and many people stay there all year round in search of opportunities. It has to be said that some people have actually found one. I wonder if Fat Bro is lucky enough to do so. The fatty recovered and started calling himself Fat Bro again. A day later, the fatty and Lu Yin still hadn't found anything. The fatty continuously cursed Autumn Frost Qing. There clearly weren't any bloodlines in the northwest, but Autumn Frost Qing had purposely brought up the topic of the pom-pom pig bloodline to humiliate him. Of course, the fatty already knew that there weren't any bloodlines, but he was still unwilling to accept it. If his bloodline could really evolve, then his power would definitely increase. Autumn Frost Qing's domain was constantly enveloping the area, and he saw no less than 10 people throughout the day. All of them were about as strong as Yan Xiaojing and Lu Yin, but none of them could compare to Autumn Frost Qing. That person was indeed a top powerhouse of the younger generation in a certain region. It was impossible to find people who could rival the top 15 of the top 100 rankings everywhere. The outer verse 72 weaves, the inner verse 8 major flow zones and countless smaller flow zones, including the Starfall Sea and the Cosmic Sea, were all incredibly talented. Even the Northline flow zone had only produced North Gate Lai, and he was ranked at the bottom of the list. Although this region was strange, it was impossible to produce too many powerhouses of this level. Right now Lu Yin wanted to know what that futon was for. Hey bro, that person should be from the progenitor of War Realm, the fatty exclaimed. Lu Yin looked over and saw a young man leisurely walking past. He glanced at Lu Yin and the fatty smiled and then slowly walked away. Lu Yin had noticed this person a long time ago. Because of this person he had withdrawn his domain, and because of this person had discovered him. This person made Lu Yin's heart palpitate just as much as Autumn Frost Qing's, but Lu Yin was more concerned about this person. This person had discovered that Lu Yin's domain belonged to him, but he hadn't paid it any mind. The aura of the people from the progenitor of War Realm is completely different from that of our progenitor of Blood Realm. I recognized him immediately. Bro, you're the same, but your aura is slightly weaker than his, the fatty said. Another day passed and the fatty had already given up. He didn't plan on looking for any opportunities, so he brought Lu Yin back. Although the scripture pavilion is dangerous, with that idiot Autumn Frost Qing in front of us, we won't be in too much danger. For the sake of his own reputation he won't try to harm us. At most he'll mock us a little. That's why bro, we still have to follow him. Lu Yin didn't plan on obtaining any opportunities at all. Over the past few days he had learned that this Daoist sect had existed for countless years, and even if there were any opportunities, they would have already been taken by others. How could he possibly have a chance? This was especially true with this fatty's pitiful life. Even if there were any opportunities, they would have been taken away by him. If not for the fact that he couldn't find a more suitable candidate, Lu Yin would have preferred to stay far away from this fatty. He had even been mocked for pretending to be deaf and mute. Chapter 622. We're all humans, but why are our fates so different? The blood ancestor placed 3 bloodlines in his statue. If I could obtain one of them, I'd be able to overturn the heavens. Even if it was Autumn Frost Qing, I'd be able to suppress him with a flip of my palm. What a pity that all 3 bloodlines were taken by someone else. What a pity, muttered the fatty. Let's explore the scripture pavilion as soon as possible. There will be more and more people coming, and they're all preparing for the hunting competition. Even a freak like DFA might come to the Daoist sect to try his luck. What do you think will happen if Autumn Frost Qing meets DFA? I'm really looking forward to it. I really hope DFA beats him up, Fatty began to fantasize. This wasn't the first time that Lu Yin had heard of DFA's name. It seemed that this person was one of the top powerhouses of the Bloodburn realm's younger generation. He was an existence that truly stood at the peak, and Lu Yin really hoped to meet him. When the two returned to their previous location, Sister Kuei and the others were already there. From their expressions, it was obvious that they hadn't found anything. Fatty, did you find the pom-pom pig bloodline? A man sneered. Fatty ignored him and looked around. When he realized that Yan Xiaojing wasn't around, his eyes dimmed. Oh, looks like our fat bro's bloodline has advanced. He doesn't care about us anymore, the man continued to mock. Lu Yin was speechless. Did these people enjoy mocking others? It was a little annoying. Fatty stood to the side silently. That person mocked him a few times, but when he saw that the fatty didn't react, he became bored and stopped talking. Several hours later, Autumn Frost Qing returned with Yan Xiaojing. Fatty's expression changed when he saw them. Yan Xiaojing's attitude towards Autumn Frost Qing became more affectionate. The two of them stood much closer to each other, almost touching each other. Lu Yin looked at the fatty sympathetically. This was a terrible feeling, and he hoped that this fatty would not take things too hard and rush up to get beaten up. Yan Xiaojing saw that fatty was also there, so she moved away from Autumn Frost Qing. Although she didn't care about fatty and didn't like him, they were still engaged in name. Autumn Frost Qing didn't mind. He knew that Yan Xiaojing would definitely be his. Although this woman wasn't devastatingly beautiful, she had a unique temperament. The Yan family had been developing well in recent years, and with his status, it was impossible for him to marry into a world imprinter's family. He could only choose an imprinter's family, and the Yan family was a pretty good choice. Autumn Frost Qing and Yan Xiaojing were not the only ones who returned. There was another person following behind them. It was a man in white. Lu Yin's eyes flashed when he saw the man. It was actually this man, the one who had discovered Lu Yin's domain. Let me introduce you all. This is young Master Bai from the War Martial Realm. He'll be exploring the scripture pavilion with us, Autumn Frost Qing said. Master Bai walked forward and greeted them with a smile. His eyes were soft and his smile had an indescribable charm. He was born to be a leader. Sister Kuei and the others quickly greeted him. Sorry to disturb everyone. Thank you, Brother Autumn Frost, for accepting me. I can't thank you enough. Mr. Bai said to Autumn Frost Qing. Autumn Frost Qing smiled. Brother White is too polite. The War Martial Realm and the Bloodburn Realm are quite far apart, so we should be closer. Brother Autumn Frost is correct. The Bloodburn Realm's bloodline is famous throughout the continent, and Brother Autumn Frost's Sky Prodigious Overlord bloodline is even more famous. Even I, who is far away in the War Martial Realm, have heard of it. I've always wanted to broaden my horizons, but I never thought that my wish would come true. Thank you, Brother Autumn Frost, Mr. Bai smiled. Autumn Frost Qing laughed and chatted with Mr. Bai affectionately. Lu Yin watched on with a strange expression. This Autumn Frost Qing probably did not understand Mr. Bai's strength, or else he would not have been able to laugh so easily. However, was this person's surname by a primeval surname? Or was it a coincidence? Isn't this kid from the progenitor of War Realm? Why is he here? The fatty had only just noticed Mr. Bai's presence, as he had been too focused on Yan Xiaojing. At that moment, Yan Xiaojing walked over and whispered to the fatty, "It's best to go back. The scripture pavilion is too dangerous, and even Brother Autumn Frost isn't completely confident. It's also said that there are people from the Fifth Mainland inside and many experts have died there." The fatty looked at Yan Xiaojing with a fiery gaze. "Xiaojing, are you worried about me?" Lu Yin rolled his eyes. Yan Xiaojing helplessly replied, "I'm doing this for your own good. You're the only son of the Huang family, and if you die, I don't know how to explain it to the Huang family. Hurry up and go back." "I'm not going back. A man has to keep his word. If I say that I'll explore the scripture pavilion, then I'll definitely go," the fatty said resolutely. Yan Xiaojing sighed. "Up to you. I've already spoken to Brother Autumn Frost, and if there's any danger, he'll do his best to save you. Don't court your own death." She then left. The saddest thing in life was being looked down upon by the person you liked. Seventh bro, this fatty is really pitiful. Help him out. I can't bear to watch this anymore, the monkey said. Occasionally cracks would sweep across the sky. No one was fighting, but there was an indescribable power that tore apart the sky and earth. Before they had set off, Autumn Frost Qing had warned everyone that although the Daoist sect's ancient battle had ended a long time ago, there would still be shockwaves from the battle. The safest places in the entire Daoist sect were the 4 mountain gates and the budding terrace, and the other places were not safe. The scripture pavilion, which they were heading to, was an extremely dangerous place. The path from the budding terrace to the scripture pavilion was not easy to traverse, as many paths had been cut off, and in some places even the void was unstable. They had just seen a person being torn to shreds by the unstable void, and his blood had spilled everywhere. Anyone who can obtain a futon and come to the Daoist sect is not a simple cultivator. They either come from illustrious families, are innate geniuses, or have endless opportunities. They are all elites among elites, but there are still many who die here every year. Mr. Bai sighed as he bemoaned the state of the universe and pitied the fate of mankind. Autumn Frost Qing replied, Brother Bai, you don't have to feel sorry for those people. The path of cultivation is fraught with danger, and if one is afraid of death, they will not be able to reach the peak. Mr. Bai smiled. That's right. Brother Autumn Frost's current status and strength are not solely based on his family background. I've heard that Brother Autumn Frost has ventured into the Daoist sect several times, and he has even ventured out more than the Bloodburn Realm's Realmling DFA, which is truly admirable. Autumn Frost Qing was pleased. You flatter me, Mr. Bai. How can I compare to a Realmling? Mr. Bai smiled and shook his head. The Realmling is not fixed. In my opinion, Brother Autumn Frost's ability will replace him sooner or later. Mr. Bai will definitely become the War Martial Realm's Realmling in the future. Thank you for your care, Brother Autumn Frost. The fatty rolled his eyes. They're flattering each other. How disgusting. It was indeed quite disgusting, and even Lu Yin felt that way. It's a pity that DFA didn't hear this. Otherwise he would definitely teach Autumn Frost Qing a lesson, the fatty muttered. Lu Yin looked at Autumn Frost Qing and Mr. Bai, who were chatting merrily in front of him, and his eyes flickered. Realmling. Could that be the title given to the strongest powerhouse in a certain region? That was very likely. Be careful. Suddenly Autumn Frost Qing raised a hand, and a claw appeared in the air as he grabbed Sister Kuei, who was walking at the very back of the group. The void where Sister Kuei had just been was torn apart, and a dark crack appeared as the claw swept past her. Sister Kuei's face turned pale as she had almost been torn apart. You must be careful. The power of the ancient battle has already shattered the Daoist sect. Aside from the mountain gate and the budding terrace, there is no safe place, Autumn Frost Qing warned. Sister Kuei hurriedly expressed her gratitude, and she looked at Autumn Frost Qing with a fervent gaze. Brother Autumn Frost, what a powerful battle technique. That must be the Autumn Frost family's famous Sky-Splitter Claw. Amazing, amazing, Mr. Bai praised. Autumn Frost Qing laughed. Brother Bai, you flatter me. After that they began to flatter each other again. The fatty no longer had any thoughts of cursing, as this place was too dangerous, and that crack had not been too far away from him. While Autumn Frost Qing and Mr. Bai were flattering each other, Yan Xiaojing tried to persuade the fatty to leave again, but the fatty still refused. If you die, then your Huang family's bloodline will cease to exist, Yan Xiaojing said before leaving. After walking for more than 3 hours in fear, they finally arrived in front of a light pillar. The light pillar in front leads to the Sutra Pavilion. I want to remind everyone that there are many ancient characters in the pavilion, and the combination of these characters contains millions of variations. Those who are lucky can comprehend battle techniques through these variations, but there is also a chance that you might be confused by these ancient characters, get trapped, or go mad. There are also remnants of previous battles, so don't stray too far from it. Most importantly, Autumn Frost Qing paused for a moment and glanced at everyone with a sharp gaze. Everyone needs to help each other. We are not the only ones in the Sutra Pavilion, there are other experts as well. Only by working together can we survive in there. Do you understand? Do you understand? Yes, Brother Autumn Frost, the crowd replied. Autumn Frost Qing's gaze swept past the fatty, and a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. This was not just directed at the fatty but also at everyone else. He did not believe that these people would be able to obtain any opportunities. The Daoist sect had existed for countless years and countless people had come to explore it, but only a few had managed to obtain any opportunities. The main reason why he had brought these people along was to show his benevolence and magnanimity, as these people were all from powerful families. "Brother Bai, please," Autumn Frost Ching said politely to Mr. Bai. Of all the people present, only Mr. Bai was worthy of his attention, and this person's strength was not much weaker than his own. Yan Xiaojing followed closely behind Autumn Frost Ching, and she was almost holding onto his arm. The fatty's expression became more and more unsightly as if he was constipated. After passing through the Pillar of Light, the group arrived at the Scripture Pavilion, which was different from what they had imagined. Most people would assume that the Scripture Pavilion would contain some ancient texts, or that it would be an ancient building or a towering tower. However, when they saw what was before them, they could not believe their eyes. The so-called Scripture Pavilion was actually an ancient text that floated in the air with many faint golden glows. There were mountain ranges, waterfalls, and flowing water. Above all of this, there were many giant ancient texts floating in the air. Each ancient text was about a meter long, and they floated in the sky and among the white clouds. Some of them were very far away from each other while others were very close to each other. Lu Yin stared at these ancient texts in shock. This was the Scripture Pavilion? Everyone, the closer you are to each other, the better. Just in case, Autumn Frost Ching reminded them once again. He then led Yan Xiaojing into the distance, and before he left he even called out to Mr. Bai. Mr. Bai soared into the sky by himself. The fatty looked around and then he looked at Lu Yin and made a hand gesture. Lu Yin did not understand what the fatty meant, but he did not care. He leaped into the air and floated there. He looked at the others and then he stepped onto an ancient text. The fatty hurriedly followed, but the ancient text could only accommodate one person at a time, so he could only step onto the text beside it. Chapter 623. Lu Yin crouched down and looked at the ancient characters that glowed with a faint golden light. He reached out to touch them, but he could not feel anything, as if they were fake. As he looked at them, he felt a strong sense of time wash over him. As seventh bro, these characters look familiar, the monkey said. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. You've seen them before? Inside the centipede's body? No, they should be even older than the ones inside the centipede's body. Right, literary prison. Do you remember when you were being chased by an enlighter beast in iron blood weave? That old bastard when Kitchen used it to save you? Isn't it very similar? The monkey exclaimed. Lu Yin stared at the many ancient characters, and indeed they were somewhat similar. He had seen the literary prison more than once, and the first time had been at the erudite flow zone's border warfront. When Sansi had used the literary prison to trap Yao Gu, and these characters were very similar to the literary prison. The more I look at them, the more similar they seem. Rumor has it that the Wen family's inherited literary prison has 9 nines. If they really are these ancient characters, then you're rich, seventh bro. There are more than 9 nines here, and there are probably thousands or even tens of thousands of them. If you learn them, the Wen family will call you ancestor, the monkey said with a strange smile. Lu Yin was not as happy as the monkey. Learn them? How could that be possible? If they could be learned so easily, then the fatty and the others with powerful families would have learned them long ago. Lu Yin had never seen anyone use these characters in battle, and Autumn Frost Ching had never mentioned them either. Learning these characters should be very, very difficult. Lu Yin leaped up and rushed towards a nearby ancient character. He landed on one of the characters before leaping up again and heading towards another. The fatty hurriedly followed, as he did not dare to stray too far from Lu Yin. There was a crack, and about 100 meters to the fatty's right, a man who had been standing on an ancient character suddenly split in half. Blood seeped through the character and dripped onto the ground. The fatty's face paled. Lu Yin was shocked as well, as he did not know how that person had died. Autumn Frost Ching had not been exaggerating when he had said that there were remnants of previous battles here. Even further ahead, a person suddenly sensed something and sat down cross-legged on an ancient character with a hearty laugh. This person had not come with the group, and he had probably been here for a few days. He seemed to have comprehended something. Many people were attracted by him, and they all looked over with burning gazes. Half an hour later, his face suddenly changed and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His mind became chaotic and he started flailing his arms and legs like an idiot. He fell off the ancient text and smashed into the underground river. He floated along with the river to who knows where. Quite a few people rejoiced in his misfortune, but there were also quite a few people who were fearful. That person had clearly suffered from chi deviation, thinking that he had comprehended something. In reality, there were so many characters and there were tens of millions of combinations. Many battle skills and cultivation methods could easily cause one to suffer from chi deviation with just a single wrong word. Trying to find the correct combination of battle skills and cultivation methods among so many ancient characters was far too difficult. Since ancient times, not many people had obtained the inheritance. Of course, those who had obtained the inheritance were all famous throughout the world. Lu Yin didn't gain anything over the next 2 days, but he did manage to watch a battle. Someone had coincidentally managed to arrange dozens of ancient characters in a row and seemed to have comprehended something. However, it was fought over by others and that person was unlucky enough to be killed. Of course, it wasn't just one person. No less than 5 people had died in that battle, including those who had come with them. In the end, Autumn Frost Qing had made a move, but those ancient characters that had been arranged in a row didn't reveal any battle techniques. It was too difficult to obtain the inheritance in the scripture pavilion. Many people had only come here to try their luck and it wouldn't take them too long. Lu Yin watched as Mr. Bai left. There was a cry of alarm as the ancient characters beneath the fatty's feet shone brightly. Then several ancient characters began to gather around him. Many people were familiar with this scene as this was a prison of ancient characters. Once one was trapped, they could only wait for their futon's time to run out before leaving. Otherwise there was no way to escape. Being trapped by these characters meant that the Dao Source sex exploration had come to an end. Fortunately, there was no danger to their lives. Lu Yin suddenly streaked through space and grabbed the fatty. At the last moment, the ancient characters gathered together to form a cage. Fortunately, Lu Yin had managed to bring the fatty out. The fatty panted heavily and patted his chest. That's good, that's good. Thank you, bro. You're really my brother. Lu Yin stared at the text cage and the more he looked at it, the more similar it seemed to be to the literary prison. If that was the case, then the Wen family's literary prison, which had been passed down through the generations, had 81 ancient characters. Everyone who had witnessed this scene looked at Lu Yin with fear. This person had been so fast that they had not been able to see him clearly. He was an expert, a hidden expert. As they thought about this, the surrounding people gradually distanced themselves from Lu Yin, as no one wanted to be in the same place as an expert who could threaten their lives. Autumn Frost Qing and Yan Xiaojing were very far away, so they did not see this scene. However, Sister Kuei did, and she looked at Lu Yin in shock. How could this person be so fast? Another day passed and Autumn Frost Qing brought Yan Xiaojing back. The two's attitude had become much more intimate, and Yan Xiaojing looked at Autumn Frost Qing with a gentle gaze. The fatty felt a stab of pain in his heart. Bro, let's go. He then pointed outside the scripture pavilion. Lu Yin followed the fatty out as he was no longer interested in the scripture pavilion. He felt that he would not be able to obtain anything here no matter how long he stayed. After leaving the scripture pavilion, the two returned to their previous location through a pillar of light. Coincidentally, a white robe floated past them as Mr. Bai rushed over. The 3 of them stared at each other. Just in time. I was just about to look for you guys, Mr. Bai said to the fatty and Lu Yin. The fatty was curious. What's up? Mr. Bai smiled. I found an interesting place. There should be bloodlines there. The fatty was shocked. Bloodlines? Are you serious? Mr. Bai spun the fan in his hand and replied confidently, yes, but I can't obtain it alone, so I wanted to find the 2 of you to work together. He then looked at Lu Yin. Why didn't you look for Autumn Frost Qing? Aren't the 2 of you very close? The fatty taunted. Mr. Bai shook his head. That person has evil intentions and I don't like him. How straightforward, but Fat Bro likes it. The fatty grinned and gestured to Lu Yin. This fatty always thought that Lu Yin could understand his gestures, but in reality, Lu Yin could not understand them at all. If he was truly deaf and mute, Lu Yin would definitely kick the fatty far away. Lu Yin pretended to understand the fatty's gestures and nodded. The fatty was excited. Lead the way. Mr. Bai smiled and led the way. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. This place had existed for so many years, so how could it be so easy to discover bloodlines? Lu Yin did not know what this Mr. Bai's goal was. The Daoist sect was huge and it was also very dangerous. If one casually flew through the sky, they might not even know how they died. The three of them followed the broken path towards another teleportation beam. They passed through the beam without any mishaps, and they soon appeared in a ruined city. This should be a subsidiary city where the Daoist sect's relatives live, and it serves the Daoist sect. Mr. Bai then stepped into the city, causing the ground to crack open and extend far into the distance. Lu Yin and the fatty looked around. The city was huge and the buildings were built in an ancient style. This place has been explored countless times, so not many people come here. The place that I mentioned should have undergone some changes recently, causing its aura to leak out. That's how it was discovered. Be careful when you walk and try not to destroy the buildings, Mr. Bai reminded them. This is just a subsidiary city of the Daoist sect. What good things could there be? The fatty asked. Mr. Bai smiled. Don't underestimate this place. The Daoist sect is not a holy land and not everyone here is a saint. Some people use the Daoist sect's resources to exchange for benefits, and this place is the best place to do so. It's rumored that 10,000 years ago, someone took away all the treasures in this city's auction house, and that person became a legend. Right, you should have heard of that person before. Old Nong. Lu Yin was stunned and a strange look appeared in his eyes. Old Nong? Good, what a high-class name. Old Nong? That mysterious farmer? The fatty cried out in surprise. Mr. Bai made a shushing gesture. Be careful not to damage the buildings if you speak too softly. The fatty was surprised. It's really Old Nong? Mr. Bai nodded. That's what I heard. That's really a lucky family. They've risen and fallen so many times, and I heard that there was one time when only one person from the entire family survived, but they managed to turn the tables around. Their luck is so good that it's off the charts. The fatty was envious. Mr. Bai smiled. Don't talk nonsense when we get back. Senior Nong is now a cosmic imprinter, so be careful not to let him hear you. The fatty hurriedly covered his mouth. After making several turns, Mr. Bai brought the two to the end of an alley. Gentlemen, the place that I mentioned is up ahead. Be careful. Lu Yin looked over and his domain spread out, causing the space in front of him to distort. He could sense many strange energies entwined together, but since he could not see the rune lines with his eyes and could not retrieve a lock-breaking tool from his cosmic ring, he could not see them clearly. There's nothing here. The fatty was puzzled. Mr. Bai slowly walked over. The space here has been shattered, causing the defenses of this house to gradually crumble. It only completely collapsed a few days ago, which was when I discovered it. However, if you want to enter, you'll need to resolve the complex energies. Lock-breaking. The fatty was stunned. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Lock-breaking? Did this place have it as well? Sure enough, it was connected to the universe's culture. Mr. Bai did not speak. He folded his fan and raised a hand, causing gentle star energy fluctuations to appear in his palm that slowly entered the house. Lu Yin could sense that the originally calm energy in the house was boiling, and even the fatty could see it. Ripples appeared in the void in front of them and many of the houses around them collapsed into dust. The fatty carefully retreated. Although he did not know how to lock-break, he knew that it would be very troublesome, so he pulled Lu Yin along as he retreated. Lu Yin did not move. The energy structure that enveloped the house was not complicated, and it did not contain any killing intent. At best, it was at the level of a 5-star discerning elementary source box, and Lu Yin could successfully unlock it. Mr. Bai's lock-breaking technique was very gentle, but it was also very efficient. There was no hesitation at all, and it was as if he could see everything clearly. If Lu Yin could see the rune lines with his eyes or take out a lock-breaking tool, then he would be able to do the same. However, he could not do so right now, as Mr. Bai's lock-breaking ability far surpassed his own. 10 minutes later, a gentle breeze swept past and the house in front of the three changed. It became much clearer, and only by comparing it could they tell that the house had been enveloped by something. "All right, come in," Mr. Bai said. "Wait," the fatty suddenly spoke up and stared at Mr. Bai warily. "If you can go in by yourself, why did you bring us along?" Chapter 624. Mr. Bai smiled and pointed at Lu Yin. "More accurately, I want to bring him along." Why? The fatty knew his own limits, so he didn't get angry and just stared at Mr. Bai. Mr. Bai shrugged helplessly. Do you think you can get anything just by entering the house? Some things can't be obtained by one person. Haven't you noticed that many people come in groups? The chances of one person getting anything are low. The fatty hesitated. If you don't believe me, you can leave as well. At worst, I'll call someone else along, Mr. Bai said, smiling at the fatty. Lu Yin didn't hesitate and walked forward. He wasn't afraid of Mr. Bai, and if this person schemed against him, he would let him know the consequences. When the fatty saw Lu Yin walk away, he hurriedly followed. Mr. Bai smiled and entered the house. Just as the three of them entered the house, Mr. Bai suddenly made his move. He struck out with his palm towards the outside of the house. Immediately after, a small white hand reached out from outside the house and collided with Mr. Bai's palm. There was a loud bang and a strong gust of wind swept out, pushing the fatty back. The fatty looked over in shock. Wait, don't attack. A crisp voice rang out from outside the house and a cute girl appeared. Miss, following people isn't a good habit, Mr. Bai said with a smile. Lu Yin wasn't surprised. This girl had been following them since they'd entered the city and she wasn't weak. She stuck out her tongue and apologized. I'm sorry, I accidentally came to this city and saw you guys, so I followed you. Mr. Bai sized her up. That palm just now came from the progenitor of War Realm? She nodded. Yes, you can call me Miss Qing. The progenitor of War Realm. The fatty was shocked. Mr. Bai was surprised as well. The progenitor of War Realm is divided into the progenitor of War Realm, the Grand Martial Realm, and the progenitor of War Realm. The progenitor of War Realm is the hometown of the progenitor of War Realm, and it has given birth to the most geniuses. I didn't expect you to come from there. Miss Qing smiled. There are strong and weak in every place, and I belong to the ordinary category. After exchanging a palm with Mr. Bai, I can tell that his strength is unfathomable. Mr. Bai smiled. You're too humble. It's fate that brought us together, so why don't we explore together? Miss Qing nodded happily. Let me introduce you, Mississippi. Mr. Bai pointed at the fatty and said, this is Brother Huang San from the Bloodburn Realm's Huang family. He then pointed at Lu Yin. This brother will be exploring with us, but because he's deaf and mute, it's inconvenient for him to speak. However, he's extremely powerful. Miss Qing nodded at the fatty and then looked at Lu Yin with surprise. A deaf mute? There are actually deaf and mute cultivators? Master Bai smiled. It is not impossible. Some are born while some are born. I've heard that one of the Dao Source 3 heavens, Wu Tai Bai, has sealed himself off, Miss Qing said. Mr. Bai smiled. Wu Tai Bai's level is too high, so it's not convenient for us to talk about him. This brother must have an innate problem. Miss Qing nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Lu Yin listened to their conversation. He had indeed sealed himself, but he had not sealed off his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Instead, he had sealed off the strength of his physical body. Back when he had been a limiter, his physical body had been too powerful, and it had surpassed the limits of what he could control. Thus, he had used his fates and to seal himself away. However, now that he had become an explorer, he was able to control this limiter, which meant that he no longer needed to seal himself away. However, the fates and seal had its benefits, which was that it could continuously increase his physical body's strength. Thus, he had not unsealed himself. He had encountered people who had sealed themselves away before. Back in the forest within the Golden Ocean, he had encountered a war spirit that had sealed its eyes. The moment it had opened its eyes, Lu Yin had felt as if his domain had been crushed. He would never forget that feeling for the rest of his life. Anyone who had sealed themselves away was an absolute powerhouse. From what these two were saying, was this Wu Tai Bai one of the Dao Source 3 heavens who had sealed himself away? Was this so-called Dao Source 3 heaven some sort of title? Master Bai walked in front while the three followed behind him, heading into the house. Miss Qing curiously sized up Lu Yin while the fatty did the same. The Immortal Martial Realm was a special place. Although it was under the progenitor of martial like the Grand Martial Realm and the War Martial Realm, several freakish powerhouses had appeared in the Immortal Martial Realm. Many experts from the Grand Martial Realm and the War Martial Realm wanted to join the Immortal Martial Realm, but were unable to do so. It was rare to see experts from the Immortal Martial Realm in the outside world, as almost all of them were in that place. Lu Yin had not expected to meet one here. The house was not large, and the four had only taken a few steps when they encountered an invisible killing intent. Retreat. It's a source box's killing intent. There's a source box inside the house, Master Bai warned. The group retreated a few meters and with a bang the source box's killing intent was activated, causing many things in the house to turn to dust. Finally, a few transparent spheres and an irregular stone fell out. The stone was the source box, and within the transparent spheres, there were traces of red blood flowing, and the faint roars of beasts could be heard. The fatty was excited. It's a bloodline. Master Bai smiled. There really is a bloodline, but it's also protected by the source box's killing intent. Let me give it a try. He then walked forward and carefully probed the source box's killing intent. Lu Yin stared at Master Bai and saw that he was easily dodging the killing intent. He was getting closer and closer to the transparent spheres in the source box. Suddenly, the void cracked and Master Bai's figure blurred as he quickly retreated. He helplessly said, "The source box's killing intent is very strong. It seems that the energy outside the house was not left behind by that ancient battle, but rather by this source box. We have to unlock it or else we won't be able to obtain the bloodline." The fatty anxiously asked, "Master Bai, can you unlock it successfully?" The people of the progenitor of War Realm did not cultivate bloodlines, but Lu Yin was different. He was from the progenitor of Blood Realm, and bloodlines were the best way to increase his strength. Master Bai thought about it for a moment. "I can, but it'll take too long. I won't be able to unlock it before my futon's time is up, so I'll need help. Let me do it. I really want to know what bloodlines they have. If they're unparalleled bloodlines, then they'll be very valuable," Miss Qing said as she stepped forward. Master Bai smiled. "That's very likely. After all, it's an item from the Dao Source sect and normal items cannot enter the Dao Source sect." The fatty grew anxious as he did not have the ability to unlock a source box. If the two of them successfully unlocked it, then he would not be qualified to obtain the bloodlines. He could not help but look at Lu Yin. Lu Yin stepped forward not for the fatty's sake, but because he also wanted to obtain the bloodlines and take them back to study them. Just as Master Bai had said, the bloodlines that could appear here were not simple, and he did not want to waste this trip. Master Bai and Miss Qing were not surprised by Lu Yin's ability to unlock a source box, as something like lock-breaking was far from enough to surprise them. The three of them took action. Master Bai's lock-breaking was the smoothest, and Miss Qing's lock-breaking was gentle and beautiful. Her actions of breaking down the source box's energy were pleasing to the eye. Lu Yin was much more careful as he did not have a lock-breaking tool, and he could not see the rune lines with his eyes. He could only rely on his domain in serious art. In addition, he did not have enough lock-breaking experience to begin with, so he could not compare to the other two. This was especially because he had not fully released his domain, or else he would have been able to see things more clearly. Every source box was different, so there was no fixed lock-breaking method. The source boxes in the room did not contain much danger, but they could easily destroy bloodlines, which was why the three of them had taken action at the same time. Unfortunately, once the lock-breaking process began, they could not predict how the source boxes would react. With a bang, one of the transparent spheres cracked open, and the bloodline within quickly evaporated. In less than 10 seconds it disappeared and a faint beastly roar could be heard. The three of them felt that it was a pity, but there was nothing they could do. At their level they could not control a source box's danger. However, their desire for bloodlines was not that strong and they still cared about the source boxes. The fatty's heart was bleeding. Others could not understand the significance of bloodlines to the cultivators of the progenitor of Blood Realm. Bloodlines were life itself. Lock-breaking was very time-consuming, and it took the three of them half a day to dissolve the source box's danger. As for the irregular stone, Master Bai estimated that it would take at least 2 days to unlock the complex energy within. The fatty stared fervently at the remaining 3 transparent spheres, which contained 3 bloodlines. Now that the source box's danger had disappeared, he could take them, but he did not dare to do so. There were 3 spheres and each of them could take one, which made the fatty feel very conflicted. A day later, the irregular stone had become thinner by a layer. The 3 of them started lock-breaking from 3 different directions, gradually dissolving the complex energy within. Another day passed and the irregular stone had become very thin. Lu Yin and Miss Qing stopped and watched Master Bai lock-break. Master Bai carefully dissolved the energy, and a ray of light suddenly blossomed, illuminating everyone's faces. Then there was a piercing cry that shook the void, followed by a scorching flame. Master Bai hurriedly retreated, and so did Miss Qing, Lu Yin and the fatty. The flames burned the house down and the 3 transparent spheres cracked. The flames disappeared as quickly as they had appeared. They disappeared after burning the house to ashes, and so did the irregular stone. Lu Yin felt that it was a pity, as there was nothing left except for a wisp of flame. It's over. The bloodlines are gone. The fatty cried out, looking at the cracked sphere with regret. Master Bai grabbed the fatty by the shoulder and tossed him over. You're the only one here from the progenitor of Blood Realm. Absorb a bloodline or it'll go to waste. The fatty was delighted. Can I? Hurry up and stop wasting time, Miss Qing urged. The fatty landed in front of the 3 transparent spheres and looked at them one by one. There were still 5 seconds left before they would evaporate. He scanned the bloodlines within the 3 spheres and finally chose the rightmost one. His eyes burned with passion as he tore open a wound on his index finger and pressed down on the slowly evaporating bloodline. The bloodline that was about to evaporate seemed to have a mind of its own as it fused into the fatty's body. The fatty's expression changed and he let out a pig's cry. Lu Yin was stunned. What a wild pig's cry. Master Bai and Miss Qing were clearly stunned as well, and they just stared at the fatty. The fatty's body turned bright red, and the bloodline visibly flowed through his body until it completely disappeared. The moment it disappeared, the fatty let out another pig's cry, but this time the cry shocked the 3 and even the void trembled. The sky-gobbling pig bloodline, Master Bai said with a serious expression. Miss Qing looked at the fatty enviously. You're so lucky to actually get an unparalleled bloodline. The others probably have unparalleled bloodlines as well. What a pity, why did you choose the sky-gobbling pig? Lu Yin was confused. Master Bai chuckled. Brother Fatty is truly amazing. He originally had the pom-pom pig bloodline, which complemented the sky-gobbling pig bloodline. Miss Qing was shocked. What? This fatty used to have the pom-pom pig bloodline? Master Bai nodded. Thank you. Doomsday Throne Cannon Brothers tip. I'll update at 3 p.m. Thank you. Thank you for your support. Chapter 625. Miss Qing was speechless, as it seemed that Lu Yin had purposely chosen the sky-gobbling pig bloodline. He was quite smart, as a trash bloodline had been upgraded to an unparalleled bloodline. However, there were too few bloodlines, so it was not truly invincible. 7th bro, this fatty's luck is too good. You guys didn't get anything, but he did. The monkey shrieked. Lu Yin looked at the fatty as the tables had turned. From Mr. Bai's tone, even if the fatty's bloodline was not truly invincible, it was definitely not weak. Lu Yin estimated that the fatty's bloodline could even compete with Autumn Frost Qing. His miserable life had come to an end. Not long after, the redness on the fatty's body faded and he opened his eyes. He looked at his hands and opened his mouth only to let out a squeak. The fatty hurriedly covered his mouth and tried to make a sound. He then relaxed, as he had been afraid that he would only be able to make a squeak in the future. That would be the end of him and he would rather die. Thank you for your help. The fatty bowed gratefully towards Lu Yin and the others. Mr. Bai helped him up and smiled. Our meeting was fate, and Brother Fatty has such a fate that no one can stop it. Congratulations, Brother Fatty, for obtaining the unparalleled bloodline, the sky-gobbling pig. In the future you will be able to compete for the position of Realm Ling. Miss Qing curiously sized up the fatty, as this was a human-shaped pig. Speaking of which, since ancient times, no one had ever fused with a pig's bloodline. What was this fatty thinking? When he heard Mr. Bai's words, the fatty smiled bitterly. I don't dare to think about the position of Realm Ling. The 3 bloodlines that the blood ancestor left behind in the statue are all unparalleled bloodlines. This sky-gobbling pig bloodline cannot compare to them. Mr. Bai smiled, but he did not elaborate. This place has been destroyed, so let's continue exploring the city. Who knows, we might find something good. The group did not object and they followed Mr. Bai around the city. The architectural style of the ancient era was completely different from that of the modern era. 7th bro, have you noticed that some of the buildings in this city are very similar to the ones in the centipede's body? The monkey asked. Lu Yin had noticed as well, as the styles were similar. Not long after Lu Yin's group left, a few more people arrived at the burned house. We were a step too late, an elegant man said. Let's continue searching. Every once in a while we'll make new discoveries. If you ask me, why don't we wreak havoc? We should be able to get something, a feminine man said. The fifth sex ancestors. This is a treasure that the fifth mainlands gifted to the sixth. It's treasures that can't be obtained. That was in the past. Now the war between the continents has begun once again, and countless experts have been sent to the front lines. It looks like the higher-ups are planning to completely annihilate the remnants of the fifth mainland. With the strength of those trash from the fifth mainland, they'll only be slaughtered. Don't you want to go to the front lines and fight for merits? You don't want to plunder the resources of the fifth mainland? The others were silent, their eyes filled with suppressed excitement. Right, before. We was. Ours. One. That's right. Times have changed. The war between the continents can create countless heroes. To the sixth mainland we are the heroes. We can't follow the rules like we did in the past. The hunting competition can't just be a game between the Realmlings and the Daoist three skies. We have to join in as well and hunt down the so-called elite geniuses of the fifth mainland. That's right. The handsome man's eyes flickered. The feminine man sneered and his eyes widened. An invisible fluctuation spread out, turning into a silver light that crushed the surrounding buildings like mercury. The handsome man raised an eyebrow, but he didn't stop the man. The others followed suit and began to destroy the surrounding buildings in hopes of obtaining the treasures. In the distance, Lu Yin and the others turned around and Mr. Bai's face sank. Someone's not following the rules. Destroying the buildings so recklessly might reveal some hidden spaces, but it might also destroy the entire city, Miss Qing said coldly. Looks like we'll have to be enforcers. Mr. Bai then leaped up and charged out. Miss Qing glanced at Lu Yin and then charged out as well. The fatty continuously made hand signals to Lu Yin, but Lu Yin rolled his eyes. What kind of nonsense was this? Who could understand these lousy hand signals? Lu Yin grabbed the fatty and chased after them. There was a commotion and soon a battle began. By the time Lu Yin arrived, there were already two people lying on the ground. It was obvious that Mr. Bai and Miss Qing had taken action. The two of them were dealing with four people with ease. Lu Yin watched silently. Of the four people there was a handsome man who was very powerful. There was a vague imprint on his back that made him almost as strong as Wendy Yushan. There was also a feminine man whose domain was very solid, and this person's domain had turned silver. Back in the Astral Combat Academy, one of the mentors had said that comprehending a domain would depend on one's innate battle techniques and techniques. The domain would change color, but it didn't have to be colorless. Anyone who comprehended a domain would force it to be colorless in order to surprise their opponents in battle. Very few people would freely use the color of their domain. The silver domain suddenly disappeared and then a silver light descended from the sky. Lu Yin raised his brows. This was a force field. That feminine man had actually comprehended a force field. The other person who was fighting with Miss Qing hurriedly retreated. The feminine man sneered as his force field pressed down on Miss Qing. Miss Qing's expression did not change and she did not even use her imprint. At this moment, a solid domain cut across the sky and cut off the silver force field. Lu Yin had made his move as he could not just watch. The feminine man's pupils shrank as he stared at Lu Yin. Miss Qing smiled and attacked the other person. Lu Yin waved his hand, and his domain swept out and directly destroyed the silver force field. The feminine man was shocked. This person's domain was actually so strong. Lu Yin did not know why his domain was so strong, but it had already turned solid and could destroy force fields. Furthermore, it was getting stronger and stronger, but this was a good thing. He pressed down with one hand, and his domain crashed down like the might of the heavens, pressing the feminine man to the ground. The man roared and a vague phantom appeared behind him. Silver light blossomed from the surface of his body as he tried to resist Lu Yin's domain. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold and the power of his domain increased. Even though the feminine man had the support of his imprint, he still could not break through Lu Yin's domain. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. This person specialized in domains, but unfortunately he was far from being able to compare to Lu Yin. The fatty looked at Lu Yin with a look of worship. Bro, your domain is actually so strong? You can't be a realmling, right? Lu Yin calmly looked at Mr. Bai, as Mr. Bai's only opponent was the elegant man. The other person had already fallen to the ground, and Miss Qing had also finished her battle. Neither Mr. Bai nor Miss Qing had used their imprints, and there was still someone with an abnormal domain in the distance. This shocked the elegant man as the difference between them was too great. He quickly retreated and cupped his fists towards Mr. Bai. We were reckless when we destroyed the city. We will take these people and leave now. I hope that everyone will not be too ruthless. Mr. Bai waved his hand. The elegant man carried the others and immediately retreated. There will always be people with evil intentions who want to reach the heavens in a single step, Miss Qing said disdainfully. Mr. Bai smiled. That last person was still all right. This was just a brief interlude, and the four quickly continued to wander through the city. They did not say much about their own strength. 2 days later, the fatty's expression changed. My futon's light has dimmed. My time is up. Mr. Bai nodded. I hope that the next time I see you, Brother Fatty, you'll be able to display the power of your sky-gobbling pig bloodline. The fatty laughed. That's for sure. He then looked at Lu Yin. Bro, I'll be leaving now. Thank you for taking care of me along the way. If not for you, I would have been finished. Thank you. He then bowed solemnly to Lu Yin. Lu Yin stepped aside. Everyone, I'll be waiting for you at First Divine Gate in a month. The fatty waved his hand and then disappeared. Lu Yin's eyes flashed as he left. He remembered that the fatty had mentioned that his futon's light had dimmed. That futon was the prayer mat, and it had indeed glowed when Lu Yin sat on it. Could it be that when the light disappeared it was time for him to return? Unfortunately, he did not know when his futon's light would disappear, and what did this disappearance have to do with it? Or was it fixed? I have 5 days left, Mr. Bai said. Miss Qing replied, for days. The two of them looked at Lu Yin, who blinked but did not say anything. Mr. Bai twirled his fan in a circle. There's a place that's rather dangerous, and with Brother Fatty's strength, it won't be easy to bring you there. Now that Brother Fatty has left, why don't the three of us explore it? That's exactly what I'm looking for, Miss Qing said expectantly. Mr. Bai gestured at Lu Yin, and it was exactly the same as the fatties. Lu Yin was speechless and he followed behind Mr. Bai. Mr. Bai, I don't believe that this person is truly deaf and mute. Even if he is, why does he keep following the fatty? Since he's here, he must have his own motives, Miss Qing said. Her voice was not soft, and it seemed like she had said it on purpose for Lu Yin to hear. Mr. Bai smiled. Everyone has their own secrets. You didn't tell us your name, and it's not good for you to know too much. Miss Qing rolled her eyes. The place that Mr. Bai brought them to was still within the city. Compared to the dilapidated house from before, this place was clearly a noble residence. There were pavilions and 2 unknown beasts in front of the entrance. This should be the residence of the Daoist sect's upper echelon disciples or even elders. The ancient war didn't cause much damage, Mr. Bai said. Miss Qing was surprised. But there's nothing here. It's in the inner courtyard. Mr. Bai led the way, and the three of them passed through the courtyard and entered the inner courtyard. Lu Yin still could not sense anything here. This lake isn't simple. Although I don't know what it does, there's one thing about it that it can block a domain's senses, Mr. Bai said. Lu Yin was astonished and he dipped his hand into the lake. It was icy cold to the touch, but what surprised him even more was that this was not a real stream of water, but rather a liquid energy that was similar to the astral river. Although a domain is extremely difficult to comprehend, it's not like no one has managed to do so. Thus, many people have tried all sorts of methods to prevent a domain expert from probing them, and this is one of them. It's possible to do so by mixing in a complex liquid energy with other materials. Unfortunately, this method has been lost, and the place that we're looking for is at the bottom of this lake. Thank you. Doomsday Throne Cannon, thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. Chapter 626. How do you know? Miss Qing was puzzled. Mr. Bai pointed at his own head with his fan. I have my ways, so don't ask. Miss Qing's eyes flickered. If you don't trust me, you can leave. Mr. Bai smiled. Miss Qing looked at Lu Yin, but it was a waste of time since he was still pretending to be silent. Miss Qing was helpless. Let's go. Mr. Bai smiled and jumped into the lake. Lu Yin and Miss Qing followed behind him. The bottom of the lake was very deep, but with their speed they quickly reached the bottom. Mr. Bai tapped lightly with his fan, and the bottom of the lake cracked open, creating a huge suction force that sucked in the lake water. A whirlpool was formed, and the three of them followed the lake water into the bottom of the lake. There was a layer of space at the bottom of the lake, and as soon as the three of them landed, the space around them began to crack. Lu Yin's expression changed. Not good, the space had collapsed. Mr. Bai and Miss Qing also realized this, and they hurriedly rushed out. Lu Yin was even faster than them, and the three of them exited the lake as soon as they entered. There was a thump as they rushed out of the lake, and the lake water in the inner courtyard completely disappeared. The space collapsed and a large area around them was turned into fragments. In the distance, Mr. Bai was helpless. It's been too long, and that space has become extremely fragile with the passage of time. There's nothing we can do about it, as the things inside are definitely gone. Miss Qing lamented. To be able to own such a residence in this city and even build an underground space, that person must have been an elder-level powerhouse. What a pity. Lu Yin suddenly looked up to the east, where a figure was rapidly approaching. The figure glanced over, but it did not come over. Instead, it turned and headed in the other direction. The hunting competition is just around the corner, and there will be more and more experts in the future. Let's take advantage of the fact that the Realmlings haven't arrived yet to look for opportunities. Let's go, there are still other places. Mr. Bai led the way. Lu Yin was astonished. Just how many places did this guy know? 4 days later, Miss Qing's futon ran out of time, and she disappeared from the duo's sight just like the fatty. During these 4 days they had searched several places, but they had not gained anything. Instead, they had encountered several dangers. In Mr. Bai's words, these opportunities had been left behind for countless years, and it was already quite good to be able to discover them. It was very difficult to obtain them, just like the scripture pavilion. Although many people had explored it, only a few had succeeded. Those who come to the Fifth Mainland's Daoist sect in search of opportunities mostly rely on luck. After all, after the ancient war, everything that could be snatched, and there are very few opportunities. Lu Yin continued to remain silent. A day later, Mr. Bai also left. Before he left, he looked at Lu Yin with a surprised expression. You actually stayed longer than I did. I'm impressed. Don't forget about the time we agreed to meet at First Divine Gate. With that, he vanished. Lu Yin stood in the middle of the city and looked around. There was no sign of the fatty, and he had obtained very little information from Mr. Bai and Miss Qing. After this period of interaction, he roughly understood the current situation. Previously, he also wanted to capture someone to clarify the situation, but he was afraid that there would be an accident. Now it was time to capture someone to ask about the specifics. Coincidentally, the person came. In the distance, a man was rapidly approaching Lu Yin. It was the elegant man who had fought with them before. Mr. Bai had let him go and allowed him to take the rest of the group away. This man had pretended to leave, but in reality he had been hiding far away to keep an eye on Lu Yin. He knew that Lu Yin was a domain expert, so he was afraid of being discovered. Thus, he had kept his distance and determined their location based on the traces they had left behind. He didn't even dare to look at them, and he only showed himself after Miss Qing and Mr. Bai had left. Lu Yin turned around and saw the elegant man appear. The elegant man smiled at Lu Yin. Brother, you must have gained quite a bit over the past few days. Why don't you show it to me? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, but he didn't speak. The elegant man sneered, Don't play dumb with me. I know that your domain is very powerful, but didn't anyone tell you that this kind of small path is useless no matter how powerful it is? If a domain can do something, then star energy can do it as well. A pair of wings appeared on his back as a blurry phantom appeared behind him. His body disappeared in an instant, and when he reappeared he was right in front of Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched. What incredible speed! This person had not only concealed his temperament during his battle with Mr. Bai, but he had also concealed his strength. This person was very sinister. There was a rumble as Lu Yin's domain pressed down on the man's head. The elegant man's body sank and he growled as his skin hardened. This was his innate gift. I told you that you're not my opponent. The man then charged towards Lu Yin. Even with the suppression of Lu Yin's domain, he was unable to suppress the man. The man was extremely fast and he immediately appeared in front of Lu Yin. He reached out with both hands to grab Lu Yin's neck, clearly intending to subdue him. Lu Yin similarly raised his hands and met the man's. He then grabbed the man tightly, but the man sneered and exerted more strength. The hardened skin extended to the back of his hands, and the ground suddenly sank as the two of them fell at the same time. The man had originally thought that he could easily subdue Lu Yin. After all, Lu Yin's domain was so powerful that his physical body would not be able to withstand it. However, as he exerted more strength, his expression changed and he looked at Lu Yin in shock. What's wrong with you? Lu Yin's gaze was cold. Is it fun? He then exerted more strength with both hands, and there were two cracking sounds as the man's arms were completely broken. The blurry phantom behind him quickly dissipated and the man howled in pain. His pupils shrank as he kicked out, but he was flung into the air by Lu Yin and smashed into the ground. He spat out another mouthful of blood and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. There was a thump as Lu Yin's fist landed squarely on the man's abdomen, causing him to sink into the ground. His body curled up and the intense pain caused his body to tremble uncontrollably. Lu Yin looked down at the man in the crater from above. The man's strength was not bad and he had probably just broken through to become a cruiser. He was comparable to Night King Gu and he might even be stronger. However, he was still far from being a match for Lu Yin, especially since this man had actually tried to compete with Lu Yin in terms of physical strength. He had picked the wrong opponent as physical strength was the last thing Lu Yin feared. However, Lu Yin had just transferred 2 grains of fates and which had unsealed most of his physical strength. It was already very frightening for this person to be able to reach this stage. At least in the outer verse, it would be very difficult for a powerhouse of the same level to defeat him. The cultivators that Lu Yin had met during this period of time were generally very strong. Even the fatty's full strength was comparable to the top 100 rankings, which was a list of the top 100 experts of the entire universe's younger generation. How could there be so many experts here? They were all from the younger generation. Lu Yin jumped down from the crater and arrived in front of the elegant man. He leaned over and looked at him. You're not dead, right? The elegant man looked up with great difficulty and stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. What kind of freak was this? His domain was so powerful and his physical body was so strong as well. More importantly, this person had not even used an imprint, which could increase one's strength by a considerable amount. This person had not even used an imprint, yet he had still been able to easily crush the elegant man who was using his full strength. The difference between them was too great and only a realmling could accomplish this. Could this person be a realmling? You're a realmling? The elegant man asked in a hoarse voice. I'll ask and you'll answer. Otherwise you'll die, Lu Yin said indifferently, and the cold glint in his eyes terrified the elegant man. Speak. The elegant man gritted his teeth. How many days have you been here? 10 days. How many days until you leave? 5 days. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Tell me more about this place. You don't know. The man was shocked. Lu Yin kicked out and sent the man flying a dozen meters before crashing into the crater. Answer me. The man's face contorted in pain and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Seems like you accidentally obtained a futon. You should know about the Daoist sect. This place is the ruins of the 5th mainland's Daoist sect. Ever since the ancient battle, the 5th mainland was crippled and merged with the other 4 mainlands. Their Daoist sect has been completely abandoned. After that battle, senior powerhouses seized more than half of the 5th mainland's Daoist sect's futons, which were used by their disciples to fight for opportunities. After that ancient battle, many futons were distributed to various great families, and there were also those who performed meritorious deeds. A considerable number of futons were left in the 6th mainland's Daoist sect as rewards. You can enter the 5th mainland's Daoist sect with a futon, and the duration is determined by the futon's light. Once the light completely dissipates, you have to leave. The average person will need around 15 days and the stronger ones will need 20 days or even more. The specifics are related to each person's spiritual force. That's all that I know. Lu Yin pondered this. The 5th mainland? The 6th mainland? In terms of continents, it shouldn't be that big, but the people here were ridiculously strong, and their average strength far surpassed that of the universe. Could this place really be the Neoverse? Is this the 5th mainland's Daoist sect? Lu Yin asked. The man nodded. Is this Daoist sect the fifth mainland's top sect? Lu Yin asked again. The man's expression changed and he stared at Lu Yin in shock. You're not from the sixth mainland. You're from the fifth mainland. Lu Yin grabbed the man's neck. What do you mean? The man's face was filled with fear. You don't know about the Daoist sect. Everyone in the sixth mainland knows about the Daoist sect, and even the average person knows about it. That's because our sixth mainland only has one sect, and everyone is a disciple of the Daoist sect. You're definitely from the fifth mainland, and only the people of the fifth mainland don't know about the Daoist sect. Lu Yin stared into the man's eyes and he could see fear and despair within them. What's the fifth mainland? You really are from the fifth mainland, you surviving evildoers. The man shrieked. Lu Yin punched the man to the ground, grabbed his hair and coldly said, Don't you know that there are many ways to die? Some are comfortable and will pass quickly while others are worse than death. The man glared at Lu Yin. What do you want? Have you heard of the 10 great tortures? Lu Yin's voice was icy and it caused the man to tremble. Soon after, the man howled in pain and despair and Lu Yin released his grip. The man's arms had been crushed and the intense pain almost caused him to faint. He fell to the ground and trembled uncontrollably. Speak. What's the fifth mainland and what's the sixth mainland? Lu Yin asked. The man looked at Lu Yin in fear. I'll tell you. Give me a quick death. Sure, Lu Yin replied. The man closed his eyes and slowly explained. According to ancient legends, the universe is boundless and there are 6 continents floating in space. They are connected to each other, but they are also separated by great distances. Each continent is boundlessly vast and includes countless planets and regions. They are the first mainland, second mainland, third mainland, fourth mainland, fifth mainland, and sixth mainland. Each continent has a Daoist sect that serves as the origin and destination of cultivators. As time passed, the first 4 continents collapsed for unknown reasons, and the Daoist sects completely disappeared. Only the fifth and sixth mainlands remain. Countless years ago, the fifth mainland invaded the sixth mainland and suffered a crushing defeat. The fifth mainland's Daoist sect collapsed, and its main body collapsed along with the other 4 mainlands and merged into the one star. Today there is only one complete continent left in the universe, which is the sixth mainland. Chapter 627. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched. Are you saying that this continent covers the entire universe and contains countless planets? The man nodded with difficulty. Why do those planets exist on the continent? The continent is vast, but it's not a complete entity. Many places are only connected by strands of land. The rest of the land is a vacuum like the universe and planets can float. How can a spaceship travel? According to what you said, the sixth mainland is connected everywhere. Without a spacecraft, the sixth mainland doesn't develop technology. The reason why your fifth mainland was defeated in the past was because there were countless sects, clans, and powers that didn't have a unified cultivation system. Our sixth mainland only has one sect, which is the Daoist sect. Everything starts from the Daoist sect, and the Daoist sect is the final destination. What does imprint mean? As expected, your fifth mainland has long since lost the imprint cultivation system. Now that war is upon us again, your fifth mainland is finished, the man mocked. The man spat out a mouthful of blood and struggled to speak. The so-called imprint refers to the projection of a powerhouse's strength. Every powerhouse can place a statue of themselves in an area for other cultivators to observe. Once one becomes an explorer, they can use their own imprint to increase their strength. Lu Yin's eyes widened. What are the progenitor of blood domain and progenitor of martial domain? Literally, the blood ancestors' territory, the martial ancestors' territory. Lu Yin's eyes went wide. What blood ancestor? Martial ancestor? Haven't you already guessed it? Why bother asking? It's naturally the progenitor realm. Your fifth mainland has lost a portion of its cultivation system, so don't tell me you don't even know about the progenitor realm? The man mocked. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as the monkey's voice reverberated in his mind. Really is a progenitor. The sixth mainland, the fifth mainland. I've seen these names before. Seventh bro, if what this person says is true, then the sixth mainland is not just a little bit stronger than the universe. Any progenitor here has the power to change the heavens. He suddenly recalled what he had seen on the island at the end of the Astral Combat Academy's Ocean of Death. The fifth and sixth mainlands. Could they be referring to the fifth and sixth mainlands? And then there was Mr. Mu. He said that he didn't belong to the fifth continent, nor did he belong to the sixth continent. Did the fifth continent and the sixth continent also refer to the fifth and sixth continents? If that was the case, it meant that the top experts in the universe were aware of the situation. Only low-level cultivators like them were kept in the dark. Seventh bro, ask him what he meant by another war, the monkey said anxiously. Lu Yin stared at the man. Did you just say that war is coming again? The man spat out a mouthful of blood. That's right. 1 year ago, the Daoist sect sounded the war alarm and invaded the fifth mainland to completely exterminate the remnants of the fifth mainland. 1 year ago, the universe had undergone a huge change and the innerverse and outerverse had been separated. A thought flashed through Lu Yin's mind. Could it be that the separation of the innerverse and outerverse, as well as the changes in the heavens, were all related to the sixth mainland's invasion? Hold on. The human domain, the astral beast domain, and the technocracy were all in the same region of space, which meant that they were all part of the fifth mainland's territory. The astral beast domain had suddenly retreated from Iron Bloodweave because they had been invaded. This had to be the invasion of the sixth mainland. Not only had they invaded the human race, but they had also invaded the astral beast domain since they were both part of the fifth mainland. Lu Yin suddenly understood why Elder Lohar had such an expression when the astral beast had retreated. Rather than heaving a sigh of relief, Elder Lohar had become even more worried. That was because the sixth mainland had invaded. Lu Yin immediately understood many things. Along the way, the fatty and the others had mentioned something about the hunting competition and war. This should be what they were talking about. If that was the case, then the innerverse had been invaded by the sixth mainland. The man glanced at Lu Yin and saw that he was still immersed in shock. His eyes flashed and he pulled out a steel needle from his clothes and shot it at Lu Yin. This was a power vessel that he had purchased in the past, and it could ignore star energy defenses and pierce into a hunter's body. Within 3 seconds, the target's blood would be sucked dry and they would die a miserable death. The needle pierced through the star energy and flickered with a cold light as it shot towards Lu Yin. The man was ecstatic as this person would not be able to dodge it no matter how fast he was. His defenses were also useless, so he was doomed. Lu Yin flicked his finger and activated the secret art. The needle vanished, and when it reappeared, it had already shot into a nearby pit. The man's mouth fell open as he stared in shock. That's a secret technique. Lu Yin casually waved his hand and the man was heavily injured. His rib cage shattered and he crashed into the ground. Still not giving up? The man raised his head with great difficulty. Why? Your fifth mainland keeps producing freaks and geniuses. Consider me unlucky to have met one. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Are there other people from the fifth mainland here? The man coughed bitterly. Yes, and there's more than one. They're all strong and abnormal people. Their cultivation system, cough cough, their cultivation system was broken but they were able to reconnect it. They didn't have any progenitors guiding them, but they were able to kill a realmling. They must have received the Daoist sect's protection. After all, this is the fifth mainland's Daoist sect. Who? Lu Yin asked anxiously as he seemed to have guessed something. I don't know. All of us consciously avoided the areas where those people were. There was only one person who once killed the Grand Martial Realm's realmling, which shook the sixth mainland. Cough, that person's name was Xianxia, the man said as he coughed up blood. Xianxia? Lu Yin had never heard of this name and he wanted to ask more questions, but the man was already dead. Lu Yin stood up and the shock in his eyes did not disappear for a long time. The amount of information he had just received was too great, and it was enough to topple his worldview. This was not something that a cultivator like him should know. Of course, it was also time for him to find out. If the innerverse was invaded by the sixth mainland, then the people from the innerverse would also know about this. Lu Yin was now worried that the innerverse and even the neoverse would be destroyed. Back when the fifth mainland's Daoist sect still existed, they should have had progenitors, but they had still been defeated. Now there should not be any progenitors left in the universe. If the sixth mainland were to invade, then the sixth mainland would be invincible. If a progenitor could change the heavens, then did that change of the heavens half a year ago mean that a progenitor had taken action? He was worried about Big Sis and the others, worried about the Astral Combat Academy, and also worried about his friends. He hoped that nothing would happen to them. Seventh bro, this information is incredible. If it's true, then we'll definitely lose this war. Any random progenitor would be enough to finish us off, the monkey said solemnly. Are there any progenitors in the astral beast domain? Are you kidding? Of course not. Progenitor Wuxiang was the last progenitor. Lu Yin sighed. Seventh bro, what are you thinking about? The monkey asked. Lu Yin looked up. Who do you think is in the Daoist sect's fifth mainland? The futon only allows those with a bone age below 40 to enter, so it has to be someone from the younger generation. Who are you thinking of? The monkey asked. The 10 arbiters, Lu Yin said. Me too. If it was the 10 arbiters, then everything made sense. Why were the 10 arbiters so powerful? This was the Daoist sect, the starting point of all cultivation. Why were the 10 arbiters able to shift their authority to the younger generation? This was the Daoist sect, the starting point of all cultivation. The Daoist sect was like the heavens, and they were the rare few who could enter the Daoist sect, so the entire universe had to support them. If Lu Yin wanted to verify whether or not Lu Yin was right, then he just had to ask about Xing Kai. Lu Yin suddenly recalled what Elder Lohar had said to him before. He had said that it was a pity, and that if the inner verse and outer verse had not been separated, then Elder Lohar could have given him a spot. Furthermore, Elder Lohar had mentioned that someone with a bone age below 40. Could it be related to this place? Some of the 10 arbiters were about to leave the younger generation, which meant that they could not enter the Daoist sect. That meant that there was an empty spot for others to compete for. Strength was one aspect, but what truly gave the 10 arbiters council unlimited authority was the qualifications to enter the Daoist sect. Whoever had the qualifications to enter would be protected by the entire universe. If Lu Yin's guess was correct, then the fact that he could enter the Daoist sect meant that he was no longer one of the 10 arbiters. Lu Yin felt sad when he thought about it. So many people from the 6th mainland could enter, but only a few people from his universe could. If Lu Yin's guess was correct, then their defeat in the ancient war had been too miserable. Not long after, the scene before Lu Yin's eyes changed and he was about to leave. He could not understand how a small futon could bring him through the void. This was a power that he could not comprehend. When Lu Yin could clearly see his surroundings again, he returned to King Zishan's palace. He looked at his futon, which had already dimmed, and he would have to wait for some time before he could enter again. He pondered for a moment before walking out. He had been in the Daoist sect for 20 days, which meant that he had been in seclusion for 20 days. Lu Yin bumped into Kaze as soon as he walked out. Your Highness, you've come out. Kaze hurried forward and respectfully said, Lady Enya has been waiting for you for several days. Lu Yin nodded. Invite her in. Not long after, Enya arrived at the guest hall, where Lu Yin was already waiting for her. Your Highness, this is the draft of the alliance agreement. Please take a look, Enya said. Lu Yin took the agreement and glanced through it. There's no problem. Let's go with this. The so-called alliance agreement was just an excuse. The main purpose of the Great Eastern Alliance's establishment was to integrate resources, not just resources but also powerhouses. Lu Yin wanted to turn the Eastern Weaves into a solid fortress. Originally he had only planned to ally with the Eastern Weaves, but after his trip to the Daoist sect, he had changed his mind. It would be useless to ally with the Eastern Weaves, as once the 6th mainland invaded, they would be as weak as paper. If he could integrate the entire Outerverse and use the entire Outerverse strength to resist the 6th mainland, then it might be of some use. Most importantly, he would be able to obtain many resources to increase his external strength. If he wanted to rely on his own ability to cultivate to a level where the 6th mainland would fear him, it would be impossible in the short term, so he could only rely on external strength. With his Dai's 3 pips, Lu Yin had limitless possibilities. Of course, the prerequisite was that he could integrate all of his resources. Your Highness, the vast Earth sect, the 6-fingered tribe, the Tribanner Federation, and other powers have already sent people to ally with us, Enya said. Lu Yin grunted. Are you referring to those who have secrets? Yes. What about the Xinwu continent? We've already sent people to contact them. Send someone to the vast Earth sect and inform them of our alliance's intentions. Let's use Xianxia, Lu Yin said. Enya looked up. Isn't that a little too hasty? Then what are you waiting for? Lu Yin asked. Thank you. The mountain breeze. Thanks to the brothers' rewards, I will update at 3 p.m. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 628. And you thought about it for a moment. Indeed, there was no need to wait. They could use the Great Yu Empire's pressure and cooperate with that elder Qing Yan to test the waters. However, she still asked, Your Highness, should we start from the nearby weaves? You mean North Castle Weave? Lu Yin asked. Lars Weave and Vast Earth Weave are separated from us by other weaves, so it's a bit far. Lu Yin thought about it. Alright, let's start with Lars Weave. Enya nodded and left. Forcing a weave to join the alliance was not an easy task. It was a huge undertaking, and Lu Yin did not expect to succeed that easily. He would take it slow, and he still had to spread his ideas. Furthermore, he had to do it in the name of the Hall of Honor. Now Lu Yin was able to use the Hall of Honor's name to feel at ease, and he could even act without any scruples. This was because he could enter the Daoist sect, and once Elder Lohar found out about this, his attitude towards Lu Yin would definitely change once again. Should he inform Elder Lohar about this? Lu Yin pondered. It was better to confirm Xing Kai's identity first. Lu Yin walked out of King Zishan's palace and headed for the 5th princess residence. Xing Kai? Where did you hear that name from? Wendy Yushan looked at him suspiciously. Lu Yin casually replied, I found out by accident. Who is this person? Wendy Yushan replied, 10 battle kings. It really is one of the 10 arbiters. Lu Yin muttered to himself as he confirmed Xing Kai's identity. His previous guesses had been proven to be true, as the 10 arbiters' strength far exceeded that of others. This was because they had entered the Daoist sect and had come into contact with the 6th mainland. They were the hope of this universe, and the Daoist sect was the starting point and end point of cultivation. After confirming this, Lu Yin's expression suddenly turned strange. If one wanted to enter the ruins of the 5th mainland's Daoist sect, they would need a futon. In that case, if one did not have a futon, then that meant that they would not be able to enter the ruins. In that case, who did the futon that Lu Yin had obtained from the Dai belong to? This was a question worth researching. It would be fine if it came from the 6th mainland where many people had futons, but what if it came from this universe? That person had mentioned that there were very few people from the 5th mainland who could enter the Daoist sect's ruins, and Lu Yin guessed that all of the 10 arbiters would be able to enter. If that was the case, then wouldn't taking away one of the futons mean that one of the 10 arbiters would be missing? This was really interesting. Why are you asking about Xing Kai? Wendy Yushan asked. Lu Yin rubbed his nose. I really did learn about it by accident. Right, tell me more about this king of the 10 aces. Wendy Yushan replied, I'm not sure. Very few people know about the 10 arbiters, and they don't even want to reveal their names. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Could it be because of the Daoist sect's ruins in the 6th mainland? The fact that the 6th mainland had been able to invade this universe proved that they had a way to come and go. It seemed that the 10 arbiters were worried that the 6th mainland would invade this universe and destroy them. They wanted to prevent the people of this universe from entering the Daoist sect's ruins, which was why they were hiding their names as much as possible. This was not only true in this universe but also in the ruins of the Daoist sect. That man only knew Xing Kai's name and he did not know anything else. However, this did not make any sense. Since the 6th mainland knew that someone from this universe had entered the Daoist sect's ruins, then they could have just directly found this universe's top powerhouse from the younger generation, and there was no need for them to know his name. Or was there another reason for hiding his name? As for War King Xing Kai, everyone in the universe knows that his physical body is terrifyingly strong. His hands are bigger than his head and his head is square. His earlobes are also very large. I've met him once and he's a very strange person. However, I've never interacted with him before. I've heard from White Knight that even other 10 arbiters are unwilling to engage in close combat with Xing Kai. That's very similar to me, Lu Yin thought. Have you heard of the Daoist sect? Daoist sect? I've never heard of it. Wendy Yushan's eyes were filled with confusion. Lu Yin replied, It's fine if you haven't heard of it. This universe had hidden the history of the Daoist sect, the 5th mainland and the 6th mainland very well, and even Wendy Yushan did not know about it. After leaving the 5th princess residence, Lu Yin looked up at the 3-ringed continent above his head. He had thought that this universe was very large, but it was actually very small. From what he had seen and heard, it was merely a single continent, just like the three-ringed continent above his head. Ordinary people would never be able to leave this place in their entire lives, and the sixth mainland was the three-ringed continent above this universe. Lu Yin's heart sank when he had unintentionally learned of this secret history. He had thought that he would be able to rival the 10 arbiters in this universe in the future, and that he would be able to widen the gap between those in the same realm as him. However, his trip to the Daoist sect's ruins had made him realize that there were always people stronger than him. The sixth mainland's realmlings and the so-called Daoist three skies were definitely very terrifying. Xing Kai's killing of a realmling had caused a huge commotion in the sixth mainland, which proved that the difference in strength between the two was not that great. Otherwise they would not have compared Xing Kai to a realmling. There were countless realmlings in the sixth mainland, and above them were the Daoist three skies, who might even surpass the 10 arbiters. Right now Lu Yin wanted to meet these so-called realmlings and see just how big of a gap there was between them. Lu Yin was definitely not qualified to be in power. That was what he believed, and many people in the Great Yu Empire felt the same way. When Undying Yushan was in power, he was diligent and restrained himself, and he attended court every day. As for Lu Yin, saying that he did not fish for 3 days or fish for 2 days would be a compliment. In the imperial court, Lu Yin sat below the throne and scrolled through his gadget in a bored manner. Garop was dissatisfied, but he did not dare to say anything. This was a normal occurrence for the royal regent when he attended court. Although he was undisciplined, he could solve problems that others could not, and the entire Great Yu Empire was under his protection. Your Highness, may I ask if this subject's suggestion can be accepted? A minister asked respectfully. Lu Yin grunted. The suggestion is good. Submit it to the cabinet and keep it. The minister grew anxious. Your Highness, there are many things that need to be done in the empire, and what we lack the most is talents. An open examination is the best way to recruit talents, so please allow it. Lu Yin put down his gadget. An open examination is definitely necessary, but not now. How about this? I'll give you an exact time after the Great Eastern Alliance is established. The minister helplessly retreated. This person did not have any family to protect him, and he had relied on his own abilities to climb up the ranks. He hated the idea of power being given to others in private, and he had hoped that the empire would conduct an open examination and recruit him fairly. However, it seemed that this was not possible for the time being. Fortunately, the royal regent had not rejected the minister's suggestion, so there was still a chance. Lu Yin had long since thought of an open examination, but not now, and not even after the Great Eastern Alliance was established. As for agreeing to this person's request, an open examination after the Great Eastern Alliance was established would not be fair. There was no other way. Once the Great Eastern Alliance was established, the interests of all parties would have to be balanced, and the royal regent would have to make some sacrifices. He could only wait for the day when the situation was completely stabilized before fair recruitment could take place. As someone in a high position, the royal regent also hoped that he could find some talents without any foundation to use for himself. However, he was not a god, and the Great Yu Empire was not something that he could manipulate on his own. There was no such thing as absolute fairness in the universe. Anna, Gavin, Garop, and the others coldly watched from the sidelines. They had a more accurate view of the situation, and they had a better grasp of the royal regent's thoughts. The court quickly dispersed and Lu Yin left. Anna called out to Gavin. I heard that your lordship has recently used the Nalan family's channels to arrange for quite a few people in other weaves, especially those from the 8th Imperial Squadron. I wonder if the 9th Imperial Squadron would have the honor of participating in your lordship's plans? Gavin's expression changed slightly, and he shot a sharp look at Anna. Lord Hill, as a member of the cabinet, you should know that there are some things that cannot be said or interfered with. His Highness has assigned everyone a role, and your lordship only needs to do your job well. If you rashly overstep your boundaries, you will easily invite trouble. Anna's expression changed. He was a member of the Anna family, so he naturally had to consider the Anna family's interests. During this period of time, no one from the Anna family had participated in either the economy or the empire's future strategies. This made the Anna family uneasy, and they were afraid that they would be marginalized. Although the family head had joined the Lu Ministry of Defense, It was more of an appeasement. The current royal regent was no longer the puny cultivator from before. If he wanted the Ona family to disappear, then the Ona family would no longer exist. The family could not wait to be marginalized and they had to actively participate. At the very least they had to show their faces in front of the royal regent. There were two neighboring weaves to the west of Frostwave Weave, Wuri Weave and Lars Weave. Lars Weave was not unified and there were many independent powers just like how Frostwave Weave had been in the past. This was the norm for the various large weaves as it was not easy to unify an entire weave. The strongest power in Lars Weave was the six-fingered tribe. This tribe was very strange as each person only had 6 fingers, and they did not have 3 on each hand. Their left hand was intact, while their right hand only had their pinky finger, which looked as if it had been chopped off. However, this was true even for newborns. There were many strange tribes in the universe, and the strangeness of the six-fingered tribe did not arouse much curiosity. At this moment the six-fingered tribe was having an intense argument. I don't agree. Although it's called an alliance, there will always be differences between the strong and the weak. The Great Yu Empire took the lead in forming this alliance in order to unite the various weaves to protect themselves, and at the same time they can legitimately command Lars Weave, who can't see their ambitions. I don't agree either. It's clearly stated in the alliance that resources should be consolidated. What resources? Star crystals? Technological weapons? Or cultivators? These are all considered resources, so where should they be consolidated? They will definitely be dispatched by the Great Yu Empire, and this is a legitimate way to weaken our strength. That's right, I don't agree either. I don't agree. There were less than 10 people who were qualified to participate in the Six-Fingered Tribe's meeting, and the person seated at the front was the current leader of the Six-Fingered Tribe, Bok Seamus. He was quite young and he looked to be in his 30s or 40s. He had not even been in the position of leader for 100 years, as the previous leader had been killed, and he had hurriedly taken over the position. Currently, the person with the greatest authority in the Six-Fingered Tribe was not Bok Seamus, but rather Luke Seamus, who was seated to his left. Everyone debated for a while and they all agreed, but the final decision was still up to Bok Seamus and Luke Seamus. Bok Seamus looked at Luke Seamus and calmly said, "Everyone, don't forget that the leader of this alliance is the Great Yu Empire, but the Hall of Honor is behind this." Thank you. The Mountain Breeze, thank you for your support. Thank you for your support. Thank you. Chapter 629. This sentence caused everyone to fall silent, as the Hall of Honor was the uncrowned king of the entire universe. They could reject the Great Yu Empire, but they did not dare to reject the Hall of Honor. "Chief, are you certain that this is the Hall of Honor's decision?" an elder asked. Bok Seamus looked at Luke Seamus. Luke Seamus coughed and glanced at the crowd. "That's right. The Great Yu Empire's royal regent has clearly stated that this is the Hall of Honor's decision." Everyone looked at each other and no one dared to speak for a while. Everyone should know that during the war in Ironblood Weave our Six-Fingered Tribe sent an elder over. Although that elder died, we still have some understanding of Ironblood Weave. The Great Yu Empire's royal regent Lu Yin has been very active, and he has even met with an elder from the Hall of Honor. This matter is highly credible and this is the most crucial aspect of this alliance. Otherwise, if the Great Yu Empire was the only one who brought this up, we wouldn't have bothered with it, Luke Seamus continued. How about this? If the Great Yu Empire can produce an official order from the Hall of Honor, then we can consider agreeing, an elder said. The others did not object. For countless years the Hall of Honor had brought about too much pressure, and this mountain had never moved. Even if the inner verse and outer verse had been separated, they still did not dare to casually defy the Hall of Honor. Furthermore, Ironblood Weave still had Elder Lohar, whose power level was over 300,000, while the Six-Fingered Tribe did not even have an enlighter. The meeting ended and everyone dispersed, leaving only Bok Seamus and Luke Seamus behind. "Elder Luke, do you think that the Great Yu Empire can produce an order from the Hall of Honor?" Bok Seamus stared at Luke Seamus with a burning gaze. Luke Seamus's eyes flashed. "What is Chief trying to say?" Bok Seamus replied, "Our Six-Fingered Tribe is much weaker than the Great Yu Empire. Even if it's just the Great Yu Empire's royal regent alone, he'll still be able to consign our Six-Fingered Tribe to eternal damnation. He's someone who has repeatedly killed enlighters. If the Great Yu Empire decides to take action, then we might not be able to withstand them. Chief, do you think that the Great Yu Empire has forged an order from the Hall of Honor? Luke Seamus asked. Bok Seamus rubbed his head. I don't know, but it's very likely. Then I'll go meet that captain from the Great Yu Empire, Luke Seamus said as he stood up. Bok Seamus nodded. Thank you, Elder. After a short while, Xianxia, who was on a diplomatic mission to the Six-Fingered Tribe, met with Luke Seamus. If I'm not mistaken, the majority of the clan disagrees. This was the first thing Luke Seamus said when he saw Xianxia. Xianxia said calmly, as expected. What do you plan to do, Elder Liku? Leave everything to me. I will definitely get the Six-Fingered Tribe to join the Great Eastern Alliance that Your Highness has established. Captain Huo, please put in a good word for me in front of His Highness, Luke Seamus respectfully replied. He was one of the higher-ups of the Six-Fingered Tribe that Lu Yin had controlled using mafioso planet secrets. He was the one who had sent people to assassinate the previous leader of the Six-Fingered Tribe, and the current leader, Bok Seamus, was not the previous leader's son. Instead, Bok Seamus was the son of Luke Seamus and the previous leader's wife. The previous leader had been killed because he had discovered this secret. With this secret, Luke Seamus would have to listen to Lu Yin's orders for the rest of his life, or he would be finished. Xianxia watched as Luke Seamus left. He raised his gadget and connected to a middle-aged man with a kind expression. This man was the Nalan family's trade representative in the Lars Weave. Cut off all trade with the Six-Fingered Tribe, Xianxia ordered. The middle-aged man had already received Madame Nalan's orders to cooperate fully with the Great Yu Empire. Xianxia's order was very sudden, and it would also cause the Nalan family to suffer economic losses, but the man still carried out the order without any hesitation. Not long after, many people requested to meet with Bok Seamus. The Six-Fingered Tribe's economy was in trouble. The Nalan family had invested in many weaves, and the Six-Fingered Tribe was no exception. If they cut off all trade, then the Six-Fingered Tribe would suffer a great loss, especially since many of the transactions were backed by the elders. Of course, just the economy alone was not enough to make the Six-Fingered Tribe submit. In just a few days, many of the Six-Fingered Tribe's secrets were revealed, such as which elder had sent people to kill which elder's son, which elder had conspired with which elder, and so on. Mafioso Planet did not just know Luke Seamus's secrets. Many of the Six-Fingered Tribe's members had their own secrets as well. These secrets caused internal strife within the Six-Fingered Tribe, which gave Bok Seamus a headache. Luke Seamus immediately requested to meet with Xianxia, but Xianxia refused to see him. He did not place all of his hopes on Luke Seamus, as Luke Seamus could wait, but Xianxia could not. Luke Seamus had no choice but to execute the worst-case scenario, and within a few days he had killed 3 elders who had strongly opposed the alliance. This news shocked the entire Six-Fingered Tribe. Xianxia was shocked when he found out, as Luke Seamus was truly ruthless. Elder Luke, don't tell me that you weren't the one who did this. Bok Seamus glared at Luke Seamus, his voice cold. There was even a hunter standing behind him. There were only 3 hunters left in the Six-Fingered Tribe. One was protecting Bok Seamus, one was leading the troops outside, and the last one was Luke Seamus. Luke Seamus sighed when he saw the hunter behind Bok Seamus. Tribe leader, I was forced to do this. You know what has happened in the tribe over the past few days? Was it the Great Yu Empire? Bok Seamus gritted his teeth. Luke Seamus nodded. We can't do anything about it. If that's the case, then the Great Yu Empire really can't produce an order from the Hall of Honor. This alliance is the Royal Regent's plan. What is he trying to do? Bok Seamus growled. And why are you helping them? Luke Seamus sighed. I'm not helping them. I'm saving our Six-Fingered Tribe. He looked at Bok Seamus with a complicated expression. The Royal Regent of the Great Yu Empire is vicious and merciless, and he killed many enlighters. Do you think that he'll let us off? This person wants to form an alliance with many weaves. We can ally with those weaves and wage war against the Great Yu Empire. Let's not talk about whether those weaves will believe us. So what if we form an alliance? Can we deal with Lu Yin? That's equivalent to dealing with an enlighter. The power vessel that Lu Yin used to kill the enlighters was destroyed in Iron Blood Weave. Luke Xian smiled bitterly and shook his head. Based on his actions, he never does anything that he isn't confident in. Since he dares to force us like this, then he must be confident in dealing with us. Chief, the Six-Fingered Tribe has gone through a lot of hardships, and you should know that we can't waste our ancestors' efforts. We must continue to pass down our legacy. Bok Xian's expression turned ugly. Also, forming an alliance isn't a bad thing. Luke Xian changed the topic to the alliance itself. According to the treaty, although it's beneficial to the Great Yu Empire, the Six-Fingered Tribe will still enjoy the alliance's protection if we encounter any external enemies. Don't forget that we still have powerful enemies in the west. Bok Xian frowned. Let me think about it. Chief, that Xianxia's strength surpasses all of us, Luke Xian said one last time. This statement made the hunter behind Bok Xian unhappy, but he did not refute it. He was weaker than Luke Xian, and if even Luke Xian had said this, then it must be true. Bok Xian's body trembled and he nodded. All right, I can agree to the alliance, but I must meet with Royal Regent Lu Yin and also guarantee the Six-Fingered Tribe's benefits. Luke Xian relaxed. All right, I'll reply to Xianxia right away. In the Great Yu Empire, Lu Yin looked at Xianxia's image on a screen and nodded. All right, I can speak with Bok Xian. Your Highness, I'll help you contact Bok Xian, Xianxia said. Lu Yin nodded. Not long after, Xianxia's image appeared on the screen again and he respectfully said to Lu Yin, Your Highness, there's been a change in the situation. Luke Xian wishes to speak with you. Has Bok Xian gone back on his word? Lu Yin's expression turned cold. Xianxia replied, No, but Luke Xian wants to use their tribe's greatest secret in exchange for a seat in the Lu Ministry of Staff. He also wants to keep it forever and pass it down through the generations. Lu Yin laughed. A seat in the Lu Ministry of Staff that can be passed down through the generations? What a bold claim. Xianxia solemnly said, These are Luke Xian's exact words, and he guarantees that your Highness will agree to this secret. Lu Yin was stunned. All right, I'll personally make a trip to the Six-Fingered Tribe and see what this secret is. Understood, Xianxia answered. After ending the call with Xianxia, Lu Yin immediately checked the Six-Fingered Tribe's history. With his 6 honor points, he could access more information than the average person. According to the records, the Six-Fingered Tribe had only been in the Outerverse for tens of thousands of years, and there was nothing special about them. Like most organizations in the universe, their powerhouses would die of old age and be replaced by new people, passing down their legacies from generation to generation. If there were no accidents, then time was meaningless to them and they would continue to pass down their legacies. This was information that the average person could access, but Lu Yin could see more. The Hall of Honor had once investigated the Six-Fingered Tribe, and they had been plagued by disasters. Every once in a while, they would experience a catastrophe that would cause the tribe's population to rapidly decrease, and it would take a long time for them to recover. This happened once every 10,000 years or so. These disasters did not come from external forces, as if they were predestined by the heavens. In other words, these disasters were like time poisons that would activate when the time was right. That was all that Lu Yin could see. He believed that since the Hall of Honor had mentioned this, it was impossible for them to not have done more in-depth research. However, that research was not something that he could access. How many secrets could an Outerverse family have? Lu Yin was puzzled. With these doubts in mind, he embarked on his journey to Lars Weave. The Nalan family had donated a large radiant-grade Aurora spacecraft to the Great Yu Empire that could carry more than 10,000 people. It could be considered Lu Yin's personal vehicle, and he would be taking it to Lars Weave. Since the two weaves were adjacent to each other, it wouldn't take long for him to reach the Six-Fingered Tribe's territory with the speed of the radiant-grade Aurora. While reciting the Stonewall scriptures, Lu Yin suddenly heard an urgent alarm and released his domain. He was shocked to see 5 hunters lined up in a row in outer space. Assassins. Chapter 630. 5 hunters outnumbered the Great Yu Empire, which was quite a large number. The 5 simultaneously attacked the spacecraft, and Lu Yin immediately donned his Enneatic wings and charged out. With a wave of his hand, he diverted one of the attacks away while another was blocked by the blind monk who was protecting Lu Yin. The remaining 3 attacks pierced through the spacecraft, causing it to shake violently. When they saw Lu Yin appear, the 5 immediately charged forward. The blind monk wielded his iron shovel and swiftly blocked in front of Lu Yin. The shovel swept out and swept away 2 of the hunters. One of the attacks landed on Lu Yin's head, but Lu Yin's Eniatic wings glowed and created a barrier that rendered the hunter's attack useless. The Eniatic wings had been upgraded 6 times, and its speed was comparable to an enlighter's. The barrier it created was not something that a hunter could break through. "You go deal with those 2. Leave these 3 to me," Lu Yin said coldly. The blind monk did not hesitate and swung his shovel at them. The 3 hunters did not say a single word as they silently attacked Lu Yin. 7-lined battle force appeared around Lu Yin's body, and he used the Eniatic wings to withstand their attacks. He grabbed at one of the hunters, but that hunter was not slow either and he quickly dodged the attack. However, Lu Yin's Eniatic wings gave him the speed of an enlighter, so how could he dodge so easily? He was like a ray of light that shone through the starry sky, and the 3 hunters could not even find the direction of their attacks. Lu Yin himself finally managed to grab hold of one of the hunters and divert 3 grains of fates. He then exploded with all of his physical strength and slammed a palm into the hunter's back. The hunter spat out a mouthful of blood and half of his body went numb. Even a peak hunter like Kong Shi could not compare to Lu Yin in terms of strength, and this hunter only had a power level of a little over 100,000. Lu Yin's palm had crippled most of his power level. The other 2 hunters looked at each other and they stopped attacking Lu Yin. Instead they charged at the blind monk. The blind monk was still able to hold on while being surrounded by 2 hunters, but now that 2 more hunters were attacking him, he was in a dire situation. He was very strong and he was considered an elite hunter even amongst hunters. He could rival the Immerse elite hunters, but he could not take on 4 of them at once. Lu Yin was furious and he retrieved a pike from his cosmic ring. He thrust it forward at a slow speed, but he wanted to force the hunters to meet him head-on. At the same time, the 4 hunters simultaneously abandoned the blind monk and attacked Lu Yin. The pike collided with the 4 hunters, and even Lu Yin could not easily withstand the spiritual force contained within the pike. When the pike stabbed out, a spiritual force attack swept through the void, causing the heavens to tremble. The 4 hunters were shocked. How was this possible? How was this strength possible? This spear had pierced through a corpse king with an innate gift of metal. That corpse king was much stronger than the 4 hunters, and the spear easily pierced through the neck of one of the hunters, killing him instantly. The remaining 3 hunters felt dizzy, and there was blood at the corners of their mouths. 4 hunters' attacks landed on Lu Yin at the same time. Even though Lu Yin's barrier was able to withstand the impact, he was still sent flying back 10,000 meters. Fortunately, his barrier was sturdy enough to withstand the attacks. At this moment, the blind monk's shovel viciously smashed into a hunter's head, knocking him unconscious with a loud thud. Although this attack had knocked one out, it had also woken up the other 2. One of them forced the blind monk to retreat while the other carried the unconscious hunter and fled. As for the one who had been heavily injured by Lu Yin, he had long since fled. Outer space was silent, and only sparks could be seen from the distant spacecraft. Explosions occurred from time to time, and the people inside the spacecraft were constantly trying to put out the fires and repair the spacecraft. The blind monk arrived behind Lu Yin. "Your servant failed in his protection. Please punish me, Your Highness." Lu Yin waved a hand and his eyes turned cold. 5 hunters had been sent to kill him, and if not for these external forces he would not have survived. Who could it be? He could mobilize 5 hunters at the same time. It was definitely not a powerful organization, or else they would not have sent 5 ordinary hunters, but rather a peak hunter like Kong Shi. Furthermore, these 5 hunters should not have come from the same place. It seemed that there were many people in this universe who had ill intentions towards him. When he returned to his spacecraft, Lu Yin immediately contacted the bespectacled Mist Child from Mafioso Planet. "I was assassinated." The Mist Child was shocked. "What? Your Highness, you were also assassinated?" 5 hunters. "Investigate. I want to know who tried to assassinate me," Lu Yin ordered coldly. The bespectacled Mist Child hurriedly responded, "Don't worry, Your Highness. As long as it's a dark organization, I'll definitely be able to find out." It might not be a dark organization. They might not have come from the same organization. Find out as soon as possible. Lu Yin ended the call and then looked into outer space with his hands clasped behind his back. The higher a person went, the greater the danger. This time there had been 5 hunters. Next time there might be an enlighter. He did not believe that all of the enlighters in the eastern weaves of the outerverse had been transferred to Iron Blood Weave. The Hall of Honor could not possibly know everything about the outerverse. Many people were good at hiding, and this was the greatest danger. Lu Yin thought about the Six-Fingered Tribe and wondered if Luke Seamus had deliberately lured him out of the Great Yu Empire to assassinate him. However, that did not seem likely. Even if Luke Seamus wanted to, he would not have been able to mobilize 5 hunters so quickly. Besides, how could he have known Lu Yin's route? Write the route. Lu Yin turned around and ordered, "Who knows the route to Lars Weave? I want a list." "Yes, Your Highness," the blind monk hurriedly replied. The spacecraft was repaired for a day in outer space, and Lu Yin only arrived at the Six-Fingered Tribe on the 2nd day. He had come in secret this time to prevent the elders who were resisting the alliance from doing anything out of the ordinary. When he arrived at the Six-Fingered Tribe, the first person he met was Bok Seamus, the leader of the Six-Fingered Tribe. Bok Seamus had not expected Lu Yin to come in person, as he did not know about the conditions that Luke Seamus had discussed with Lu Yin. He had assumed that Lu Yin valued the Six-Fingered Tribe, which made him feel both proud and apprehensive. "I did not expect Your Highness to personally come to my Six-Fingered Tribe as a guest. I did not make any preparations in advance, so I apologize for neglecting Your Highness," Bok Seamus said politely. With that, the two of them sat down. Lu Yin smiled. "We're about to become allies, so there's no need to be so courteous. I heard that you would like to speak with me." Bok Seamus solemnly replied, "Your Highness is a straightforward person, so I won't beat around the bush. I would like to know the true meaning behind Your Highness's alliance." Lu Yin rapped a finger on the table. "Just as the alliance treaty states, we will help each other and share resources." Bok Seamus shook his head. "My Six-Fingered Tribe has basically agreed to this alliance." With such sincerity, "Is Your Highness still unwilling to speak the truth?" Lu Yin looked at Bok Seamus seriously. "Did you experience the war in Iron Blood Weave?" Bok Seamus shook his head. Lu Yin recalled, "That was a black hole of death. Regardless of whether they were explorers, cruisers, hunters, or even enlighters, the death rate there was more than 50%. That was a battlefield between different races. Now that the innerverse and outerverse have been separated, the outerverse cannot receive any support from the innerverse, and the predicament they face is much greater than before. There are unknown civilizations from the astral wilderness, the astral beast domain's invasion and the technocracy's invasion and so on. All of these are matters of life and death. If we don't form an alliance, how can we resist? Resources are scattered, and how can we increase our strength? These are not my ideas alone, but rather the Hall of Honors." Bok Seamus fell into deep thought. The outerverse strength was too scattered and the strength of individual weaves was too weak. He was aware of this, and there were indeed benefits to forming an alliance. However, this was not what he wanted to know. "Your Highness, an alliance is fine, but who will be the leader and who will be the subordinate?" Lu Yin looked at Bok Seamus with amusement. "What do you think?" Bok Seamus' eyes flickered, and he did not dare to meet Lu Yin's gaze. Lu Yin stood up. "All right, I've said everything that needs to be said. Patriarch Bok, please reconsider. However, an alliance is imperative." Lu Yin then left. Bok Seamus watched Lu Yin's back as he left. This was the first time that he had interacted with the Great Yu Empire's royal regent, and as outsiders had said, Lu Yin was a little overbearing. "Patriarch, should we?" The hunter who was protecting Bok Seamus made a gesture. Bok Seamus glared at him. "Are you crazy? If he dares to come to Lars Weave, then he's not afraid of danger. If he fails, then we're finished." Yes. News of Lu Yin's assassination attempt had not spread, so Bok Seamus and the others did not know about it. Otherwise, if they had known that Lu Yin had survived the assassination attempt by 5 hunters, they definitely would not have dared to have such thoughts. Actually, Lu Yin wanted Bok Seamus to make a move against him. That way he would be able to change the patriarch of the Six-Fingered Tribe, and the person he replaced would be easier to control. This was why Lu Yin had not even brought the blind monk along when meeting with Bok Seamus. It was a pity that this patriarch was too cowardly. The main focus of Lu Yin's visit was not Bok Seamus, but rather Luke Xian, as he was the true ruler of the Six-Fingered Tribe. The two of them had agreed to meet at the Six-Fingered Tribe's sacrificial grounds. This sort of place had great influence over a tribe, and Luke Xian had chosen to meet here to show his allegiance. Your subject, Luke Xian, greets Your Highness the Royal Regent. Luke Xian immediately bowed when he saw Lu Yin, using the Great Yu Empire's etiquette. Lu Yin smiled and lifted him up with one hand. Elder Luke is too courteous, but there's no need for that. Luke Xian looked at Lu Yin and respectfully replied, It's my duty. As a subject, this is how it should be. Lu Yin smiled and looked around. There were many guards around, and it seemed that these people were all Luke Xian's trusted aides. You invited me here to make a deal. Tell me what kind of deal? Lu Yin asked. Luke Xian hurriedly replied, It's not a deal, it's an offering. Your subject is willing to offer the Six-Fingered Tribe's greatest secret to Your Highness. Of course, if Your Highness feels that your subject has contributed to the Empire, then please allow me to share some of the Empire's worries. What secret? Lu Yin did not want to listen to Luke's nonsense, and he directly asked. Please follow me, Your Highness, Luke Xian said respectfully as he opened the underground entrance to the sacrificial grounds. Lu Yin brought the blind monk with him as he followed Luke Xian inside. He was not worried about the dangers, as he had already taken a look around before coming here. There were very few rune lines in this place, so it was not a threat to him. The underground was very deep and it was very dark. There was not even any light, but that did not matter to them. After walking for a long time, Lu Yin noticed that there were strange diagrams carved into the walls, which were most likely the history of the Six-Fingered Tribe. Lu Yin looked around and saw some diagrams that had a very small population, which most likely meant that the tribe's population would go extinct every 10,000 years. Chapter 631. Elder Luke, I've heard that your Six-Fingered Tribe is plagued with disasters, Lu Yin asked. Luke Xian bitterly replied, We've embarrassed ourselves in front of Your Highness. For some reason, every 10,000 years, my Six-Fingered Tribe will experience a calamity that causes our population to plummet. Fortunately, we've managed to survive. Do you know why? Lu Yin was curious. Luke Xian shook his head. I don't know. 10,000 years ago, the tribe paid a huge price to seek an audience with the Starsibil sect's sect master. They wanted to divine the outcome, but the price was not enough. The Starsibil sect? Do you trust the Starsibil sect that much? Lu Yin was curious. Luke Xian was puzzled. Does Your Highness not trust them? The Starsibil sect has the ability to divine the past and the future. This is publicly acknowledged throughout the universe. Perhaps. Lu Yin recalled that the Starsibil sect had divined that the Sea King had stolen pyrolite. There were some things that could not be explained, and the Starsibil sect was very mysterious. Your Highness, we've arrived. Luke Xian respectfully led Lu Yin underground. This place was rather spacious, and there was only a stone slab in the center that was covered by a cloth. Luke Xian walked over to the stone slab and lifted the cloth. Lu Yin's pupils shrank when he saw what was inside. Scarlet vertical eyes? Scarlet vertical eyes. Lu Yin was not unfamiliar with them. Back on Earth, he had picked up a scarlet vertical eye that Silver had dropped. This was an item from the Neo-Human Alliance. Lu Yin stared at Luke Xian with a sharp gaze. At the same time, he subconsciously donned his universal armor and filled his eyes with star energy as he surveyed his surroundings. The number of rune lines did not change, so there was no threat. Are you from the Neo-Human Alliance? Lu Yin asked coldly. The blind monk took a step forward and stared at Luke Xian. Luke Xian smiled bitterly. Your Highness, if I were from the Neo-Human Alliance, then I wouldn't be showing you this. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed and they flickered, but he did not speak. Luke Xian squatted down and wiped the scarlet vertical eye. This stone slab was passed down by the Six-Fingered Tribe. We know that this is the symbol of the Neo-Human Alliance, but this stone slab has existed for far longer than the Neo-Human Alliance. Lu Yin raised a brow. What do you mean? Luke Xian recalled, the Six-Fingered Tribe was born with a curse. They were born with 6 fingers, and every 10,000 years, they would experience a great change, causing their population to plummet. This is a calamity that has been imprinted in their genes, and it can never be changed. Even if an enlighter was born in the tribe, it could not change this fact. This stone tablet is just like this calamity that has accompanied our tribe since the beginning of our genealogy. After that, Luke Seamus looked at Luin. Our clan once had someone appraise it and they found that this stone tablet has existed for an extremely long time, to the point that it cannot be traced back. It far surpasses the time recorded in our clan's genealogy records, and it also surpasses the time when the Neo-Human Alliance appeared. Luin crouched down and touched the stone slab. The scarlet vertical eye caused a chill to run down his spine. This was clearly the symbol of the Neo-Human Alliance, but why did it seem to have existed for even longer than the Neo-Human Alliance? Luin had seen a few things that had existed for so long that it was impossible to trace their history, such as the Daoist clan's inheritance stone and the thing inside the centipede's body. Or could it be that this symbol represented another kind of existence, and the Neo-Human Alliance was just one of them? Seventh bro, look. There are words on the stone slab. The monkey cried out. Luin wiped the stone slab and there were protrusions on it. They were indeed words, but he did not recognize them. These words are different from the ones in the Daoist sect and the Wen family's literary prison. Those two words seem to be from the same era, but these words seem even more ancient. It's as if they were symbols that had started to evolve into words. In other words, these are the most ancient words. The monkey muttered to himself. Your Highness, I'm willing to offer this stone slab to your Highness. Luke Seamus bowed respectfully and nervously waited for Lu Yin's reply. Luin stood up and calmly said, Did you know that I was attacked by 5 hunters on my way here? Luke Seamus's expression changed. Your Highness, this has nothing to do with me. I definitely did not reveal your Highness's whereabouts. Luin turned around and looked at Luke Seamus. This stone slab doesn't mean much to me. If I keep it, it might even become evidence that I colluded with the Neo-Human Alliance. Luke Seamus lowered his head and did not speak, but his expression grew increasingly ugly. After a moment of silence, Luin said, Although it doesn't mean much to me, it's still something that your six-fingered tribe has passed down for countless years. By offering it to me, you're showing your loyalty and I'll accept your sincerity. From today onwards, as long as you don't make any mistakes, I'll always reserve a seat for you in the Lu Ministry of Staff, and it can be passed down. Luke Seamus was delighted. Thank you, Your Highness. I will definitely serve Your Highness with my life. Luin grunted in acknowledgement, put away the stone slab and left the sacrificial grounds. Since this was not an official visit, Luin only greeted Bok Seamus through his gadget before leaving Lars Weave. On his spacecraft, Luin took out the stone slab and the scarlet eye that he had picked up on Earth. He compared the two and aside from the size, the scarlet eye was almost identical. The only difference was that the stone slab had ancient words on it, while the scarlet eye that he had picked up had a sinister smiling skull behind it. Seventh bro, don't think too much about it. Many things will fade away with time and there's no need to waste your time thinking about things from ancient times. Luin asked, Monkey, you should know about the 5th and 6th mainlands, right? The monkey was stumped. I don't know, but I once saw the words 5th and 6th mainlands in a powerhouse's autobiography. However, those words were too common so I didn't pay much attention to them. Is that so? Luin casually replied. He had not forgotten what the monkey had said during his battle with the shadow beast in Ironblood Weave. The monkey had mentioned that the sky was fake, and that the damned monkey definitely knew something but had not said anything about it. Luin was glad that he had blocked the monkey every time he rolled his die and had not allowed the monkey to discover his greatest secret. The damned monkey definitely had its reasons for hiding things from Luin, and if Luin had truly become one with life and death, then there would have been no need for him to hide anything. It seemed that Luin would have to think of a way to learn more about beast taming. As for the stone slab, Luin put it away as there was no need to waste time thinking about it. Too much time had passed and even the buildings within the centipede's body could not be traced back to time, let alone this stone slab. Luin had only agreed to Luke Seamus's condition, which was to make things easier for the Alliance. Beep 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 beep. Lu Yin's gadget beeped and a screen appeared. The bespectacled mist child appeared in front of Luin. Your Highness, I've found it. So fast. Luin was surprised. The mist child replied, Hunters are very popular in the Outerverse and there aren't many of them in a weave. It's easy to find those who haven't been around for the past few days. We just need to follow the clues. After a pause, the Mist Child continued. Of the 5 hunters who tried to assassinate you, one is from Flaxen Weave, one is from Adonis Weave, and one is from Dark Mist Weave. The other 2 are independent cultivators with no foundation. Flaxen Weave, Adonis Weave, and Dark Mist Weave? Lu Yin's eyes flickered. Yes, Flaxen Weave's Tribanner Federation, Adonis Weave's Dark Star Gorge, and as for Dark Mist Weave, this person is from the 9 allied nations. They were all formed by some people from your Great Yu Empire, and their leader is the one you told me about. The Mist Child smiled. Lu Yin's brows rose. Orchid Planet's chairman Larkin? That's right, the Mist Child replied. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. He knew that the Yushan bloodline had always wanted to overthrow him, but he had not expected them to be so aggressive. 5 hunters, and this Larkin was quite capable. Actually, Larkin only found 3 hunters. The Tribanner Federation and Dark Star Gorge came to him on their own, so it can be considered a joint operation. Lu Yin nodded. I understand. Thank you for your hard work. The Mist Child revealed a sweet smile. It's not hard at all. If your Highness needs anything, feel free to instruct me. Larkin couldn't have done all of this by himself. Do you know who joined forces with him? Lu Yin asked. I did. They're all from your Great Yu Empire's Yushan bloodline. These people paid a considerable price. Send me the list. All right. Lu Yin disconnected the call and contacted Phantom Sting, the former mafioso planet's hunter Mist Child. Lu Yin had spared his life and allowed him to temporarily take over as the captain of the 2nd Imperial Squadron. He was also responsible for training spies. I told you to keep an eye on Larkin, but he already sent someone to assassinate me. Your surveillance is useless. Phantom Sting lowered his head and said, Your Highness, Larkin has been acting normally recently. Either he didn't do it or this matter had already been planned before I tried to assassinate him. It couldn't have been planned during this period of time. Investigate this for me. Use whatever methods you have to do it as soon as possible, Lu Yin ordered. Understood. The second possibility was more likely, as the Mist Child would not lie to him over such a small matter. Half a day later, Phantom Sting contacted Lu Yin. I'm sorry, Your Highness. It was a mistake at work. What happened? Lu Yin asked. The Larkin we assassinated back then was a fake, Phantom Sting said. Lu Yin was shocked. He found a substitute? Yes. He's always been secretly plotting and swapping places with his substitute. This time we directly captured him. We were lucky that it was the real Larkin and he confessed everything. Lu Yin had not expected Larkin to have some tricks up his sleeve. Even Phantom Sting had been fooled, which meant that this person had been using a substitute for some time and had been constantly swapping places. He was quite smart, but it was a pity that he had been unlucky. Otherwise, even if Phantom Sting had acted, the real Larkin might have been able to escape. Capturing Larkin was equivalent to alerting the people who had allied with him in the Yushan bloodline. Lu Yin ordered the 6th and 9th squadrons to take action and capture the people on the list that the Mist Child had sent over. These people had all been involved in the assassination attempt. There were 8 people on the list, and they were all powerful people in various parts of the Great Yu Empire. 3 of them were even from the military and controlled the military. Fortunately, Lu Yin had already set up the Lu Ministry of War and the Lu Ministry of Justice to separately monitor the military. He also had heavyweights like Sigmund Mathers and Hill Anna to oversee things. Otherwise, capturing these people would have definitely caused a mutiny. When Lu Yin returned to Xenu Star, he found that everyone on the list had been captured and imprisoned. Lu Yin planned to eliminate these people completely, but just as he returned to King Zishan's palace, he ran into Wendy Yushan. Chapter 632. The moment he saw Wendy Yushan, Lu Yin's mind suddenly cleared up. He was not the ruler of the Great Yu Empire. He was just an impostor created by Big Sis and the others using the blood of the Zishan clan. This woman in front of him was the true heir of the Great Yu Empire. How do you plan on dealing with those people? Wendy Yushan asked calmly as if she was asking a normal question. Lu Yin thought about it for a moment. You decide. Wendy Yushan looked at the palace with a complicated expression. I've always thought that the Great Yu Empire is too small, and I've never thought of inheriting the throne. Even after father and brother died, this thought has never changed. I'm not suited for power, so the one in charge has always been you. You're from the Zishan bloodline, and father promised that King Zishan's bloodline would also have the right to inherit the throne. Many people have told me that you're too tyrannical and despotic, and that the empire will collapse under your hands sooner or later. I don't care about any of that, and whether the Great Yu Empire exists or not, it's fate to me. However, there are times when a person's identity is destined to bring trouble. Regardless of whether those people are sincere or not, they're still fighting for the Yushan bloodline. I hope that you can let them off this once. Lu Yin nodded. Sure, as long as you say so. Wendy Yushan looked at Lu Yin. The royal regent is just the royal regent, and he doesn't have the right to do so. I hope that you can inherit the throne and truly control the Great Yu Empire. Lu Yin could tell that Wendy Yushan was sincere. This woman treated him as family, her only family. She also did not care about the Great Yu Empire and did not desire power. However, could he really inherit the throne? For some reason, Lu Yin felt that he would be restricted the moment he inherited the throne, and he would no longer have the freedom that he currently had. This was not what he wanted. What he wanted was great power, the ability to gather resources and protect himself. He did not want to be immersed in the vortex of power and deal with endless government affairs. He did not want to be like Undying Yushan, which was not what he wanted. I don't have such plans for now, Lu Yin said. Wendy Yushan looked away and slowly left. Although he could not inherit the throne of the Great Yu Empire, he could still become the person with the most authority in the Great Eastern Alliance that was about to be established. This identity was even more attractive than that of the Great Yu Empire's emperor. Over the next few days, the people on the list were all exiled one by one. It was already a great fortune that they were still alive, and Lu Yin could not allow these people to continue holding power. As for Larkin, he had died of illness in prison and Lu Yin would not let him go. This person was extremely scheming, and even Phantom Sting had been tricked. Although not many people had been arrested, they were all people with real power. The Great Yu Empire had experienced an earthquake in the bureaucracy, and while some people had been exiled, others had naturally risen. Huansha was busy. She was selecting suitable people to take up the position, and so was the cabinet. Back in King Zishan's palace, Lu Yin took out his futon. Although he did not know how this thing worked, it should be related to spiritual force. There was no clear information about it, but Lu Yin knew that he would have to wait for another half a month before he could enter the Daoist sect again. That day, the captain of the 12th Squadron, Banjiu, sought an audience with good news. The androids have been successfully created? Lu Yin was surprised. Yes, Your Highness. The preliminary results are out, and we've even created a core control, Banjiu said excitedly. Lu Yin did not pay too much attention to this news, as he had actually forgotten about the blueprint for the androids that he had given Banjiu when the innerverse and outerverse had been separated. Banjiu had even said that it was the crystallization of the universe's most advanced technology, but Lu Yin had not believed him. What's the cost? How powerful is it? Lu Yin asked. Banjiu turned on his screen and a bunch of numbers appeared on it. Lu Yin felt a headache coming on. I don't understand. Just tell me. Your Highness, these androids are currently the most fantastical and most advanced technology. Even with my abilities, I was only able to create the first one. However, due to the limitations of the materials used, its power is only comparable to that of a normal limiter, Banjiu said awkwardly. Lu Yin nodded. That's not bad. What's the cost? How long would it take to create one? Banjiu gave him a rough estimate, but Lu Yin frowned. The cost was too high and it would take too long. It was not worth it. Seeing that Lu Yin did not seem to care, Banjiu hurriedly said, Your Highness, the most unique characteristic of these androids is that they have a core control that can store energy. In theory, as long as the core control materials meet the requirements, the android's power will increase infinitely. Lu Yin was shocked. Infinitely? Yes. The core control must be able to completely seal off the android's power, and then the components will be used to distribute the energy to the various parts of the androids for battle. The most important thing is the core control. The best materials that our Great Yu Empire can use to create the core control can only seal off the energy of a limiter. If the core control materials can seal off the energy of an explorer, then the androids will have the power of an explorer. If they can seal off the energy of a cruiser, then the androids will have the power of a cruiser, and so on. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. If they can seal off the energy of an enlighter, then can they still have the power of an enlighter? Absolutely, Banjiu affirmed. Luyin did not believe it. Androids created by humans could have the power of an enlighter? Dream on. What kind of materials do you need to seal off the energy of an explorer? Luyin asked. The universe has a very clear classification of materials, using crystallinity as a unit of measurement. In order to match a cultivator's power level, the highest crystallinity of a normal material is 100. Anything above 100 is able to withstand a cultivator's attack. For example, between 101 and 1000 crystallinity, the corresponding power level is equivalent to a seeker's attack. In other words, the toughest material that the Great Yu Empire can produce is only 7000 crystallinity, Banjiu explained. What's the crystallinity of the materials used to create radiant-grade auroras? Luyin asked. In theory, a radiant-grade auroras can defend against a cruiser's attack, so their crystallinity is at least 50,000. Our Great Yu Empire doesn't have such a hard material? Luyin frowned. Banjiu was helpless. In the entire Frostwave weave, the toughest material is only 10,000 crystallinity. The production of this material is extremely low, and it's impossible to create many core controllers. It's not worth it to just add a few explorers to the team. Grand Top Weave has materials with over 30,000 crystallinity, but the production is also too low. Aside from being hard, it's also best if the materials can increase their toughness. For example, 1000 spirit threads can increase the upper limit of the energy seal. Although the other components of the androids don't have as high a material requirement as the core controllers, they can't be too low either. Otherwise, they won't be able to withstand the pressure of the energy release. Also, Banjiu spoke for a long time, but in short he needed both materials and money. Luyin was speechless. He still needed money, so who could he ask for it from? What about polarium essence? Luyin asked. Banjiu replied, polarium essence is not suitable for the core controllers, but it can be used to create androids. It's precisely because of this that I'm confident that I can create androids that surpass an explorer's strength. Otherwise, the other materials won't be able to withstand the energy. Your Highness, if you have the right materials, I'm confident that I can create an unrivaled army of androids for you. Luyin thought about it for a moment. Give me a list of all the materials that you need. Cross out the ones that can be obtained from Frostwave Weave and Grand Top Weave. I'll think of something for the rest. Thank you, Your Highness. Banjiu was delighted. Luyin muttered to himself. He really did need to increase the Great Yu Empire's strength. The stronger the Great Yu Empire was, the more resources it would be able to obtain, and the more resources it had, the stronger it would be. This was a virtuous cycle. In the early stages he would have to contribute to the Great Yu Empire, but in the later stages he would have to sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. An unrivaled army of androids was a very tempting idea. He didn't need too many of them. As long as he replaced all the members of the 13 Imperial squadrons with androids with the strength of explorers, he would be able to easily control the entire Great Yu Empire and expand his influence. Luyin activated his gadget and contacted Madame Nalan. She quickly appeared on his screen, wearing a white bathrobe that wrapped around her alluring figure. Her fair skin was exposed to the air and it almost reflected the light. Luyin's heart skipped a beat when he saw her. Your Highness, are you looking for me? She beamed at Luyin as she dried her hair. Luyin felt awkward. Did you just shower? Then I'll contact you in a bit. Hee, there's no need. If Your Highness has something to say, please tell me. She smiled. Luyin coughed and rubbed his nose. He then sent Banjiu's list of materials to her. See how many you can find. I'll pay for them. She looked over the list for a while. We can obtain most of them, but there are a few that are harder to find, especially those that have a hardness of over 30,000. Even our Nalan family doesn't have many of them. There's also spiritual silk. Your Highness, spiritual silk isn't an ordinary material. It's used to preserve source boxes and it's basically a controlled type of material. I won't force you. What about the other materials? Luyin asked. She replied, some of them aren't expensive, but they're produced in a weave in the West. As you know, the West isn't easy to reach at the moment. Divide out the materials that you can find and then we'll think of something else. Luyin rubbed his head. She replied, Your Highness, you don't need to buy materials that have a hardness of over 30,000 from us. Lars Weave has them and you can ask the Six-Fingered Tribe to help you. After all, they're your allies and resource integration is one of the terms of the alliance. Lu Yin was delighted. Lars Weave has them? That's great. Madame Nayland smiled and closed the communication. Lu Yin retracted his gaze. The alliance's effects were beginning to show, and this was the effect of resource integration. If he could integrate all of the Outerverse resources, then he could have any material he wanted without having to worry about it. He left Lars Weave's matters to Enya, and the Nayland family could collect a batch of materials. Most of the remaining materials were produced in the Western Weaves, but they weren't too precious. The androids weren't very large, so they didn't need much. Lu Yin checked the uses of the materials and found that most of them could be used to create technological weapons. Lu Yin ordered someone to send the weapons to King Zishan's palace as he began to disassemble them. The materials that could be obtained from disassembling a batch of weapons were enough to create over 100 androids. He had people send over several batches, and he had practically disassembled an entire fleet of weapons from the Great Yu Empire. After some calculations, he concluded that he could create over 1,000 androids after disassembling them. Chapter 633. 5 days later, the first batch of materials from the Nayland family arrived. The Six-Fingered Tribe also delivered materials with a crystal degree of over 30,000. The prices were so low that Lu Yin felt embarrassed. Banjio was very excited and continuously received materials. He promised that as long as all the materials were in place, they would be able to produce the first batch of androids within half a year. Lu Yin was elated, as that meant that he would have an army of explorers who were not afraid of death in half a year. Furthermore, as the materials increased, their strength would increase as well. The Explorer realm was a dividing line for cultivators, and they were considered space-exploring powerhouses. Although there were more than 100 explorers in the Great Yu Empire, not all of them worked for the Empire. Many planets' strongest powerhouses were explorers, but they did not belong to the Empire. There were only a few dozen explorers in the Empire. It was not just the Great Yu Empire but other powers as well. The guardian of one planet in the erudite flow zone's border warfront was just an explorer. To Lu Yin, explorers were not strong, but that was only in his opinion. In the vast universe, explorers were considered powerhouses. To this day, no power in the Outerverse had been able to form an army of explorers. Lu Yin wanted to form the first army of explorers, and there would be close to 1,000 of them. With this motivation, Lu Yin became even more motivated. He had Kaze guard the door and prevent anyone from entering King Zishan's palace. Within the secret room, he began to roll his die, and when it slowly stopped, Lu Yin was delighted. His luck was too good, as he had gotten 2 pips, which was exactly what he needed. When he saw the decomposition vortex appear, Lu Yin extended the time and began his boring life of decomposition. He had done this more than once. Back then, he had decomposed polarium and then upgraded it to polarium essence, so he was already used to it. Fortunately, his decomposition speed was not slow. 2 days later, Lu Yin tiredly handed the materials to Banjio, who was delighted. "Thank you, Your Highness. I guarantee that I will deliver at least 50 explorers in half a year." Lu Yin nodded, but then he suddenly felt that something was wrong. "What did you say? 50? Wasn't it 1,000? Banjio was stunned. "When did I say that?" Lu Yin slapped his forehead, as he had forgotten that the materials he had decomposed were enough to produce 1,000 androids. However, that was all. The other materials were not enough to produce 1,000 androids. "Your Highness, although we have all the materials, the quantity is severely insufficient. Adding to the wastage during the process, 50 androids are the limit. At most 2 or 3 will be enough," Banjio said. "How many more materials do we need to create more than 1,000 explorers?" "The Nayland family has already brought over all the materials they can muster. Lord Gavin said that the Empire doesn't have the money for the time being, so there are still many materials that they can't buy," said Banjio. At the end of the day, he still did not have enough money. Lu Yin glanced at his cosmic ring and saw that he still had more than 80,000 star essence, but this was his money. The Empire still owed him 50,000 star essence, and he could not afford to lose any more. Otherwise, what would he do if he reached the point of exhaustion? Would he still have to borrow money from the Nalan family? He was embarrassed. After thinking about it, he thought of an idea: the Mavis Bank. He should be able to borrow money from them, but he didn't know how much interest they would charge. This idea was quite tempting, but then Lu Yin recalled how Lulu had insisted on visiting the palace. The Mavis Bank was not just a bank. They represented the entire Mavis family, and they coveted the secret technique of the Seven Courts Yu family. It might not be a good thing to be involved with them. Lu Yin gave up on the idea of borrowing money from the Mavis Bank and had Banjia withdraw. For now he would just create 50 androids. He had already thought it through and he might not need too many. He could upgrade these 50 androids to cruisers or even hunters. Otherwise, if there were too many androids, he would not be able to handle it. Just as Banjia withdrew, Gavin requested an audience. Lu Yin was most afraid of meeting him, as the old man would definitely come and complain about how poor he was. Thus, Lu Yin decided to simply shut the door and decline all visitors. The night was cool as water and King Zishan's palace was brightly lit, illuminating a large area next to the palace. For many people, the nightlife had just begun. Lu Yin extended his domain and saw the crazy men and women in the bar, as well as the lonely tavern with one or two scattered people drinking. He also saw the unspeakable happenings in the alleyways and many more. He retracted his domain as there were some things that were better left unknown. The empire's economy had just gotten back on track, but it had once again sunk into a quagmire because of the purchase of various materials. If not for the fact that the Nalan family was in a hurry to get the Great Yu Empire to pay up, Lu Yin would have paid for it himself. As he looked at Xinyu Star, which was still brightly lit even in the middle of the night, Lu Yin felt a little lonely. Perhaps it had not been a bad choice to forcefully bring Ming Yen out at that time. Sometimes, a man should be a little more forceful. Lu Yin thought to himself as he drank some wine. As soon as he took a step forward, his surroundings fell silent. The lights were still the same, but the wind had stopped and the sound was gone. The leaves that should have been drifting to the ground stopped in midair. Everything seemed natural yet strange, as if someone had pressed the pause button. Lu Yin stood still as beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. He could not sense any aura, and even though his eyes were filled with star energy, he could not see any rune lines. Everything around him was still, and he did not know what kind of power this was. It was indescribably strong, like the power of a god. It was untraceable, yet it could be seen everywhere. "It's been a while since we last met. You've become much stronger," a faint voice sounded from behind Lu Yin. A thought flashed through Lu Yin's mind and he abruptly turned around to see a familiar face. "Ma Master." The person who had appeared behind Lu Yin was his would-be master, Mr. Mu, the person who had given him fates and then raised his physical body to its limits. Mr. Mu looked at Lu Yin indifferently. "I was just passing by, so I thought I'd drop by to see you." As soon as he finished speaking, everything returned to normal. The leaves fell to the ground, the wind blew, and the lights in the distance flickered. It seemed like an illusion, but Lu Yin was sure that what he had seen was real. Mr. Mu had caused everything to stop. "Disciple Lu Yin greets Master." Lu Yin bowed. Mr. Mu looked at Lu Yin. "You've become quite famous recently. You performed very well on the battlefield in Iron Blood Weave." Lu Yin replied, "Thank you for your praise, Master. May I ask if this disciple can become your official disciple?" After leaving the Golden Ocean, Lu Yin had only been Mr. Mu's in-name disciple. Even with his abilities back then, he did not have the qualifications to become an official disciple. Now, however, Lu Yin was confident. Not only had he become an explorer, his battle force had reached 7 lines, he had comprehended a force field, and he had even grasped the Yu secret art. This time he was full of confidence. "It seems like you're very confident in using your opportunity. However, I must remind you that you are now an explorer, and my requirements for becoming a disciple are different from when you are a Lamiter. If you cannot become my official disciple, then you will lose the qualifications to even become an in-name disciple. At the same time, your memories of me will be erased. You may choose," Mr. Mu said. Lu Yin was startled, but after thinking about it, he gritted his teeth. "This disciple is willing to try." Mr. Mu nodded, and the next moment, everything returned to its original state. It was as if everything had stopped. "All right, use your opportunity." Lu Yin skipped over battle force and domain. Although 7 lines of battle force and a force field were shocking to many, they were nothing to Mr. Mu. He immediately used the secret art and waved his hand, causing the ground and rocks to disappear before reappearing in another direction. Mr. Mu praised, "Secret technique, the 7 quartz secret art. Not bad, not bad." Lu Yin was shocked. "Master, you know about the secret art? There are very few secret techniques in the universe and I've seen almost all of them. It's no big deal. Continue," Mr. Mu said. Lu Yin's heart sank. Even a secret technique was not enough? That was a secret technique. His eyes flickered and he sank into deep thought. Mr. Mu said, "If you think that you can become my disciple just by relying on a secret technique, then you're being too naive. Do you remember that war spirit with closed eyes that you fought in that space? That person also had a secret technique, but I did not accept him as a disciple." Lu Yin clenched his fists and looked at Mr. Mu expectantly. "Master, this disciple knows the secret of this universe." Mr. Mu was surprised. "Tell me about it." During the ancient era, there were 6 mainlands in the universe, which were the first mainland, second mainland, third mainland, fourth mainland, fifth mainland, and sixth mainland. The first 4 mainlands inexplicably collapsed, and the fifth mainland was defeated by the sixth mainland in a battle. It then merged with the first 4 mainlands to form this universe. Now, Lu Yin repeated everything that he had heard from that elegant man in the Daoist sect, and he continued to observe Mr. Mu as he spoke. He knew that Mr. Mu definitely knew these secrets, but with his current status and ability, it was impossible for him to come into contact with them. This was an opportunity, and this opportunity was not limited to power but also included knowledge. Mr. Mu looked up with a complicated expression on his face. "You're right. This is a universe formed by the fusion of 5 continents, and its scope far surpasses that of a single continent. You're quite fortunate to know all of this, but it's still not enough." He then looked at Lu Yin. "With your age, ability and background, it's indeed surprising that you know all of this. Even I did not expect you to know all of this, and I don't want to know how you learned all of this. However, you're still lacking a little bit." Lu Yin's eyes trembled and he slowly raised his index finger. He pointed it at the void and tapped out. In that instant his eyes went slack and his consciousness vanished. Boundless rage spread throughout his body. This was the dream finger, and it was also the strongest attack that he could use. This attack had killed Yin Guai and severely injured Phantom Thorn. The moment the dream finger appeared, the void rippled, and Mr. Mu's eyes went wide as if he had seen something inconceivable. Lu Yin's finger had pierced through the void, ignoring the distance between them. He had clearly hit an empty space, but it had caused space to tremble and ripple. It was a beautiful sight, but only those who were facing it would know the power of this finger. Mr. Mu frowned. What was this? So that's how it was. No wonder, no wonder. An intense pain engulfed Lu Yin's nerves, and he clutched his index finger as he looked expectantly at Mr. Mu. This was his last resort, and if it still did not work, then he would have to reveal the Stonewall scriptures and those numbers. Chapter 634. Mr. Mu looked at Lu Yin and his eyes were no longer indifferent. Instead, they were filled with gentleness and anticipation. That's enough. Throughout the entire universe, it's not easy for an explorer to have such a fortuitous encounter like yours. Today I'll officially accept you as my disciple. Lu Yin was delighted and he hurriedly knelt down to pay respects to his master. Disciple Lu Yin greets master. Mr. Mu nodded. I was just taking a look, but I never thought that you would actually have such a fortuitous encounter to become my disciple. Becoming my disciple is as difficult as ascending to the heavens, but since you've become my disciple, I won't treat you unfairly. Mr. Mu then extended his hand, revealing a chip. Take this. Lu Yin accepted it and looked at Mr. Mu in confusion. This should be what you've been hoping to obtain the most right now. It's the serious art, Mr. Mu explained. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed and he was ecstatic. Serious art? Master, this is the serious art? Mr. Mu nodded. Although it's incomplete, it contains the method to cultivate up to 99 stars. The serious art is the core technique of the serious sect, and even I can't obtain the entire manual. If you want the complete serious art, you'll have to head to the Neoverse and join the serious sect. That's a matter for the future, but for now, this incomplete manual is enough for you to cultivate. Although Lu Yin was disappointed that it wasn't the complete serious art, being able to cultivate up to 99 stars was already pretty good. That was equivalent to a 99-fold increase in his absorption speed. Originally, with the amount of star energy he needed to absorb, it would take him 100 years to complete one cycle, and that was under the premise that he could cultivate at 9 times the speed of the serious art. Now that he had 99 stars, it would only take him 10 years at most. His speed was already comparable to an ordinary explorer's. Lu Yin was already satisfied. "Thank you, Master," Lu Yin said gratefully. Mr. Mu said, "Take this as well." He then took out a prayer mat. Lu Yin blinked. "A prayer mat? Mr. Mu has one too?" "This is called a futon, and when you sit on it, it will bring you into the Daoist sect's ruins. Since you understand those secrets, then you should know what the Daoist sect represents. Not only will you have the opportunity to obtain the Daoist sect's inheritance, but your status will also be different in this universe. You will understand this in the future. However, you must remember that there are not only people from the 5th mainland in the Daoist sect's ruins, but also people from the 6th mainland." Lu Yin took the futon and muttered, "Thank you, Master." Mr. Mu saw that Lu Yin did not seem very happy, and he assumed that Lu Yin did not understand the importance of a futon. It could be said that there had been people who had tried to trade for this futon in the past, but had not been able to do so. This futon not only represented the opportunity to obtain the Daoist sect's inheritance, but it also represented one's status. However, Mr. Mu did not intend to elaborate on this matter, as Lu Yin would find out in the future. Of course, Lu Yin understood the importance of a futon. The 10 Arbiters' supreme status was most likely related to this futon. Possessing a futon was equivalent to obtaining the protection of this universe, and they were the true geniuses of this universe. Mr. Mu had given Lu Yin a futon which could be considered quite generous. However, Lu Yin already had one. Should he mention it or not? That was the question. "I have to leave now. I came here in a hurry and I never thought that you would actually have the opportunity to become an official disciple. If you can satisfy me the next time we meet, I'll give you a gift," Mr. Mu said. Lu Yin hurriedly asked, "Master, aren't the innerverse and outerverse separated? How did you appear here?" "It's a coincidence. I was in the outerverse when the innerverse and outerverse were separated," Mr. Mu said before disappearing. After Mr. Mu disappeared, everything returned to normal. Lu Yin's eyes filled with star energy as he looked around, but he could not see the enormous amount of rune lines. Lu Yin did not know exactly how powerful this master of his was, but his method seemed a little mystical. Had he frozen space or time just now? Lu Yin looked at the chip in his hand and could not help but laugh. This harvest was too great. Not only had he gained the serious technique, but he had also gained Mr. Mu himself. Previously, Lu Yin had thought that Mr. Mu was in the innerverse, and even if he crushed the jade he would not be saved. Now that he was in the outerverse, that jade was like a protective talisman. With Mr. Mu's strength he should not be any weaker than the Sea King. Lu Yin could not directly make a comparison, but based on his intuition Mr. Mu definitely surpassed Elder Lohar. This was a very powerful backer. Now that he had 2 futons, Lu Yin could not use them alone. With that in mind, he stepped out of King Zishan's palace and headed towards the 5th princess residence. Lu Yin had never come to the 5th princess residence at night, and if he was discovered at this time he would not be able to explain himself. Thus he directly entered. He released his domain, wanting to let Wendy Yushan know that he had arrived. However, in the next moment his expression changed and he became extremely embarrassed. Wendy Yushan was bathing. In the backyard of the 5th princess residence, Wendy Yushan suddenly looked up and her expression changed. She raised a hand and shot a stream of water into the void. Withdrawal. Lu Yin hurriedly withdrew his domain and coughed a few times. He wanted to leave, but after some thought he decided to stay. It would be even more awkward if he left now, as it would seem like he had specially come to watch her bathe. However, the beautiful scene that he had seen in that instant had already been imprinted into his mind. That absolutely beautiful body had stunned him and he would never forget it for the rest of his life. Wendy Yushan's face flushed red as she put on her clothes and took out her sword from her cosmic ring. She gripped the hilt tightly as she walked into the living room. The moment she saw Lu Yin, she instinctively unsheathed her sword, and a cold glint reverberated through the void. It seemed like she could attack at any moment. You better give me an explanation. Lu Yin rubbed his nose. I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. Who gave you permission to enter my residence as you please? Wendy Yushan demanded, her face still flushed red. She had never been seen like this in her entire life, and she felt very strange at this moment. It was as if the sky was collapsing on her. She was clearly not afraid of death, but now she was afraid to see this man. Lu Yin glanced at Wendy Yushan, and the image of her snow-white body within the hazy mist subconsciously appeared in his mind. He coughed again and took out his futon. This is for you. Wendy Yushan's eyes went wide and she stabbed her sword at Lu Yin. You tricked me. Lu Yin raised a finger and 7-lined battle force wrapped around his fingertip. He flicked his finger and flicked the sword away. Don't misunderstand. Listen to me. Wendy Yushan snorted and put down her sword. She stared at Lu Yin. There were not many things in this world that could make her lose her composure, and her heart was still racing. Do you still remember the Daoist sect that I told you about? This is called a futon and it's the key to the Daoist sect's ruins. Lu Yin then told her everything about the 5th mainland, the 6th mainland, the Daoist sect, and even the imprint. Wendy Yushan was confused. Are you telling the truth? Lu Yin smiled bitterly. Is there any benefit in lying to you? No, there is, he thought to himself as he watched her bathe. Wendy Yushan stroked her futon. When you asked me about Xianxia's name, did you hear it in the Daoist sect? Lu Yin nodded. I heard someone from the 6th mainland mention Xianxia and they said that he killed a realm ling. I guess that this Xianxia might be one of the 10 arbiters. Otherwise, with the 10 arbiters' strength, how could they have attained their current supreme status? It's precisely because they have the opportunity to receive the Daoist sect's inheritance that they are able to shift their authority to the younger generation. This is also why the various great powers of the universe don't dare to act against them, as they are the hope of the 5th mainland. How many people from the 5th mainland are in the Daoist sect? Wendy Yushan asked. Lu Yin shook his head. I'm not sure about the specifics, but it should be the 10 arbiters. In fact, not all of them are in the Daoist sect. Some of them might have been arranged by some great figures to divert attention. Are you saying that there might be people among the 10 arbiters who are unable to enter the Daoist sect in order to confuse the public so that those who truly have the opportunity to receive the Daoist sect's inheritance will remain hidden? Wendy Yushan asked. Lu Yin replied, that's just a guess. Perhaps all of the 10 arbiters can enter, or perhaps only a few people can enter. There might even be more than 10 people who have entered, and there might even be a few who have hidden themselves. Don't forget that we don't know anything about the Neoverse, so how could no one have entered the Daoist sect? The third possibility was the most likely, as the Hall of Honor, Sirius sect, and the 3 Dark Hands were all in the Neoverse. That was the human domain, or rather, the 5th mainland's most powerful powerhouses, so there should be people who could enter the Daoist sect. However, that elegant man had clearly said that there were not many people in the 5th mainland, which was strange. Since entering the Daoist sect is so important to the universe and one can even obtain the Hall of Honor's protection, how did you get this futon? Why don't you use it for yourself? Wendy Yushan looked at Lu Yin suspiciously. Lu Yin smiled. I have another one. Wendy Yushan was surprised. Another one? You have to? Lu Yin nodded. There's no need to doubt the importance of a futon. I've been to the Daoist sect's ruins and fought with the people from the 6th mainland. This thing is really important and there aren't many of them in the entire universe. It's a coincidence that I have two. Also, I heard from the 6th mainland that they've already attacked the 5th mainland. There might be a war in the Innerverse or the Neoverse. Wendy Yushan looked at the futon. I'll go take a look at the Daoist sect. Wait for me. It'll only take about 10 days and we'll be able to take care of each other then. Wendy Yushan nodded. After a moment of silence, Lu Yin said, I'll be leaving first. Wait. Wendy Yushan stared at Lu Yin. There's an unwritten rule in the universe that limits the observable range of a domain as much as possible. It's impolite to casually use a domain to observe others, and it might even lead to a fight. Remember that. Lu Yin coughed. Got it. Also, remember to report when you enter my residence in the future. Wendy Yushan warned him before taking the futon and turning to leave. Lu Yin smiled sheepishly and then left. The cultivation of the serious art required one to observe the movements of the stars. Ever since the crazy headmaster had helped Lu Yin form his 9th star, Lu Yin had not been able to observe the movements of the stars. Over the next 10 days, Lu Yin appeared on a desolate planet not too far away from Xinyu Star. Above his head was a dark sky and he began to cultivate the serious art. He directly broke through the 9th star that the crazy headmaster had helped him form. Following the incomplete serious art manual, he spent 2 days to cultivate the correct 9th star, and then he increased the number of stars one by one. Chapter 635. His cultivation of the serious art was different from before. Previously he had only been able to observe the movements of the stars with his naked eyes, but now that he was an explorer his physical body could stand tall in space. He also had his domain and his eyes that could see rune lines. Thanks to the secret art his understanding of the universe had changed. In just 10 days he had gained 20 more stars. Currently, there were a total of 29 stars revolving around his body. The serious art was finally useful again and Lu Yin was delighted. His first step in cultivation had been with the serious art. Not only did this technique increase his cultivation speed, but it also had many other uses. By using the serious art with his domain and lock-breaking tools he could use the secret sidestep technique. When he used the serious art he could clearly see anything that entered the serious art's range, and he could even imitate his opponent's battle techniques. Previously 9 stars had not been very useful to powerhouses, but now as long as he reached 99 stars, this ability might shine again. There was no rush as it wouldn't take long for him to circulate all 99 stars. At that time his strength would increase again. 10 days passed and it was time to meet with Mr. Bai, the fatty and the others. Lu Yin sat in King Zishan's palace and contacted Wendy Yushan before sitting down cross-legged on his futon. The scenery in front of him changed and when he could clearly see his surroundings, he found himself in the ruined plaza that he had been in before. It was the same scene as before but aside from the shattered ground and countless bones, there were a few more people around. They did not speak to each other as they walked towards First Divine Gate. Lu Yin looked around but why wasn't Wendy Yushan around? He released his domain and its range increased. At that moment his domain sensed resistance. In the distance, a woman opened her eyes and coldly glanced at Lu Yin. Her domain suppressed Lu Yin's domain. Lu Yin frowned and unceremoniously used his domain to suppress her. There was a whoosh and a storm rose up in the plaza. Several people looked over in shock as the powerful collision of domains caused even larger cracks to appear in the ground. The woman's eyes narrowed and her domain suddenly vanished. She leaped up and charged at Lu Yin, her palm striking out with enough force to topple mountains and overturn seas. Lu Yin had not expected this woman to have such a violent temper. Her domain was no match for his, so she immediately attacked him. He did not hold back and 29 stars revolved around his body. The woman's movements slowed down in his eyes and he easily dodged her palm. He then grabbed her arm and flung her away. The woman's body flipped in midair and she stared at him in shock. A strange imprint blossomed and imprinted itself onto her forehead. She kicked the air with one foot and charged towards him once more. Once again she slammed down with a single palm. This time Lu Yin's body exploded, and its power was nearly twice as strong as before. It was clearly the same battle technique but its power had increased by so much. What was that imprint? The methods of the 6th mainland's cultivators were too strange. However, this woman was no match for him. There was a thump and Lu Yin forcefully blocked the woman's palm with one arm. His powerful body repelled the force of her attack, but she gritted her teeth and roared. A blurry figure appeared behind her, and her imprint appeared as she slammed down with another palm. This time the power of her palm was even stronger. This was repeated 3 times in a row and each time was stronger than the last. The first time her battle technique's power was equivalent to Northgate Lies, who was at the bottom of the top 100 rankings. The second time, it was comparable to Faceless and Qing Wu, who were around the 60th position on the top 100 rankings. The third time it surpassed Zhangbing Day Knights and she was definitely at the level of the top 50. This was the standard of the 6th mainland's cultivators. On average, they were much higher than the cultivators of the sixth mainland, and any random cultivator he encountered would have such power. Lu Yin did not hold back and he forcefully blocked the woman's palm with one hand. He grabbed her arm and flung her away while simultaneously increasing his overlaying stacks. The woman was flung away by the huge force and landed firmly on the ground, leaving behind 2 deep footprints. However, the overlaying stacks that followed caused her to continuously retreat. Eventually, blood flowed from the corner of her mouth and she half knelt on the ground. She looked up at Lu Yin in shock. You. Lu Yin looked at her coldly. Her power was much weaker than the elegant man he had killed before. That man had been comparable to Night King Gu, but this woman was at most around the 40th position on the top 100 rankings. There was a pft and the woman spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was pale and she stared at Lu Yin with indignation. Who are you? Tell me your name. Lu Yin did not speak as he was a deaf mute here. The woman shouted, You don't even dare to reveal your name? Lu Yin looked up and released his domain to continue searching for Wendy Yushan. The woman angrily gritted her teeth. Remember this. I'm Tong Tong and I'm the younger sister of Tong Zhan from the Grand Martial Realm. I won't forget this grudge. Lu Yin frowned and stared coldly at Tong Tong, killing intent flashing through his eyes. This woman was brainless and she still dared to threaten him in this situation. When she saw the killing intent in Lu Yin's eyes, Tong Tong sneered. You want to kill me? You won't be able to do it. I have plenty of power vessels and even an enlighter won't be able to kill me, let alone you. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. At this moment Mr. Bai appeared in the plaza, and when he saw Lu Yin and Tong Tong he stood up and walked over to Lu Yin. He then gestured at Lu Yin. Lu Yin did not understand. Mr. Bai then looked at Tong Tong. Miss, is there some misunderstanding between you and my friend? Tong Tong snorted and glared at Lu Yin. Remember this, don't let me see you in the Daoist sect. She then walked off to the other side. Mr. Bai was puzzled and he gestured at Lu Yin to ask what had happened. Lu Yin shook his head, pointed at Tong Tong and then at his head. His meaning was clear. Tong Tong just happened to turn around and when she saw the gesture she exploded with anger. Just you wait. It seems like she's a troublesome young lady. Mr. Bai waved his fan and smiled. Lu Yin could not find Wendy Yushan. Could she have met with an accident? Feeling helpless he asked, My friend came in with me but she's not here. Why? Mr. Bai smiled as he was not surprised that Lu Yin could speak. The Daoist sect has 4 main entrances and each entrance has its own plaza. Your friend should be in another plaza. Lu Yin recalled that there were 3 entrances. First Divine Gate, Third Azure Gate and Fourth Imperial Gate. Who was that young lady? Mr. Bai asked curiously. Lu Yin replied, Grand Martial Realm Tong Zhan's younger sister. Tong Zhan? Then you've really offended someone incredible. Mr. Bai laughed. Lu Yin did not ask further as it seemed like this Tong Zhan was quite famous, and asking about him would only raise suspicions. Let's wait for a while. Miss Qing and Fatty Bro should be here soon. Speaking of which, I'm quite curious about Fatty Bro's Sky Eater pig bloodline. I wonder how it's doing. Mr. Bai smiled as if he was always calm. Lu Yin nodded and waited quietly. People appeared from time to time and quite a few groups of people had already entered First Divine Gate. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. This was clearly the ruins of the Fifth Mainland's Daoist sect, and the Fifth Mainland did not have many futons. However, there were so many here which meant that the Fifth Mainland had lost miserably during that war. Rumor has it that the first group of invaders has already fought, and they've even opened up a path to the Mara River. Once they completely suppress the Fifth Mainland, the younger generation will be able to officially hunt on the battlefield. That won't take too long, Mr. Bai said as he looked at Lu Yin. It's not just the ruins of the Daoist sect. We might even meet on the battlefield. That's possible, Lu Yin replied. Meeting on the battlefield? If the Sixth Mainland were to invade the Outerverse, then it might really be possible. Lu Yin looked at the excited cultivators from the Sixth Mainland, but he did not have much hope of resisting the Sixth Mainland's invasion. Any random cultivator from the Sixth Mainland had the strength of someone on the top 100 rankings, and the average strength of the Sixth Mainland's cultivators far exceeded theirs. Furthermore, there were progenitors among them, so Lu Yin did not know how long the universe could last. Not long after, the fatty arrived, and when he saw Lu Yin and Mr. Bai, he ran over excitedly. "Ah, fatty bro, knew that you would come." Mr. Bai smiled. "Fatty bro, how's the power of the Sky Eater pig's bloodline?" The fatty was delighted. "It's amazing. Fatty bro's strength has more than doubled, and I even dare to fight against Autumn Frost Qing. This is what an unparalleled bloodline requires." Mr. Bai smiled. The fatty looked at Lu Yin and excitedly gestured at him. Lu Yin was speechless. This fatty's hand gestures must have been invented by himself, as he could not understand them at all. Lu Yin did not say anything, and Mr. Bai did not say anything either. Only the fatty continued to gesture excitedly, and it seemed that he would only stop once Lu Yin responded. Lu Yin could only helplessly give the fatty a thumbs up. The fatty grinned, and then he became even more excited as he gestured more and more. Fortunately, Miss Qing also appeared and stopped the fatty. The fatty could not help but feel excited. He had only said that they would gather in a month, and he had not expected these three to actually listen to him. His strength was far inferior to theirs, and now that they had actually met, the fatty felt as if he had made a true friend. This was especially true for Lu Yin, as he had shared many of his secrets with this person. Lu Yin was the perfect person to vent to, and the fatty did not wish to lose him. "Fatty, show me the power of the Sky Eater pig." Miss Qing was very curious. "Please add the word bloodline." "It's the Sky Eater pig bloodline," the fatty grumbled. At this moment, the four of them were walking through the first divine gate. There was a first divine gate guardian roaming in front of them. The fatty clenched his fists. "Watch carefully." After suppressing himself for so many years, he also wanted to be acknowledged by others. Even if he could not fight against a genius like Autumn Frost Qing, he wanted to at least have the strength to match up to Yan Xiaojing. With a whoosh, the fatty charged out. The first divine gate guardian noticed him and punched out. A month ago, the fatty had needed to fully display his imprint and battle techniques against the first divine gate guardian. But now the fatty did not use his imprint. Instead, his entire body swelled up slightly, and a formless silhouette enveloped his body, transforming into a giant Sky Eater pig that roared and bit down. Under the shocked gazes of Lu Yin and the others, the Sky Eater pig's silhouette bit off the first divine gate guardian's arm and then viciously rammed into the guardian's chest, sending it flying. Bang! The shattered arm fell to the ground, and the fatty's body returned to its original state. He looked up at the sky and excitedly roared. Lu Yin was astonished. What a valiant way of fighting. Miss Qing covered her mouth. What tough teeth. The first divine gate guardian was a puppet used to test the new disciples, so its body was incomparably tough. In Lu Yin's opinion, even an expert at the bottom of the top 100 rankings might not be able to defeat a first divine gate guardian in a one-on-one fight. The fatty had only been able to defeat a single first divine gate guardian before, but now it was much easier and he did not even need to use his imprint. This was the power of a bloodline. Thank you. The Mountain Breeze Brothers reward. Third update, thank you. Chapter 636. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. It had only been a month, but Lu Yin's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. This was the 6th mainland's unique cultivation system. Clap, clap. Mr. Bai clapped. As expected of one of the unparalleled bloodlines. Fatty, as long as you continue cultivating, you'll be qualified to challenge Autumn Frost Qing once you become a cruiser. The fatty was pleased with himself. Miss Qing pointed behind the fatty. Be careful, that first divine gate guardian is coming again. Before the fatty could react, a gust of wind brushed past his ears. There was a thump and the first divine gate guardian turned into scrap metal. The fatty slowly turned around and saw a smiling Mr. Bai. Let's go. We still need to hurry, Mr. Bai said casually. The fatty's face twitched and he looked at the shattered first divine gate guardian on the ground. This guy was a bit abnormal and the fatty's confidence that had just risen had suffered a blow. Lu Yin and Miss Qing slowly walked past the fatty. The fatty hurried to keep up. Where are we going? Miss Qing asked. Mr. Bai spun his fan. Let's go to that affiliated city. It's safer there. Miss Qing pouted. I don't want to go. Mr. Bai looked at her. The other places are more dangerous and the chances of obtaining anything are even lower. Let's give it a try. It wasn't easy to get a futon, so we can't just stay in the city forever, Miss Qing said. She then looked at the fatty. What do you think? The fatty looked at Lu Yin and gestured. Lu Yin remained calm. Mr. Bai shrugged. All right, since that's the case, I'll take you to a place. Although it's dangerous, if you're lucky you might be able to obtain a secret technique. Secret technique? Miss Qing and the fatty exclaimed. Mr. Bai's lips curled up. That's right. A secret technique. Have you heard of the Fifth Mainland's progenitor Qin? Progenitor Qin. Miss Qing exclaimed as if she had just heard of an incredible person. Mr. Bai's gaze was filled with reverence. Even when the Fifth Mainland was defeated and in despair, it still couldn't hide his brilliance. The Fifth Mainland's progenitor Qin is a name that the Sixth Mainland considers taboo. Although there are no clear records, it's said that in an ancient battle progenitor Qin fought to the death 2 progenitors from our Sixth Mainland. It was an earth-shattering event. Miss Qing was shocked. Legend has it that progenitor Qin was a genius who created a cultivation method for the stars. He was praised as a genius of the present age, and in every great battle progenitor Qin would need at least 2 progenitors to hold him back. He was the most dazzling star of the ancient era. Mr. Bai continued. Legend has it that progenitor Qin created the 9 clones secret technique, which allowed him to split himself into 9 clones, giving birth to 9 progenitors who were invincible throughout the universe. Ever since he began cultivating this technique, he has been invincible among those at the same level as him. He has never been defeated and is considered a true pinnacle powerhouse. Miss Qing added, legend has it that when Ancestor Qin stepped onto the path of cultivation, a phenomenon appeared in the heavens. He is one of the few people chosen by the heavens who can avoid divination. There are far too many legends about progenitor Qin, and they're all passed down from the legacy families. There are no clear records, and the more this is the case, the more it proves that progenitor Qin is not tolerated by the Sixth Mainland. Even though he's been dead for countless years, no one has ever acknowledged his existence. He's not someone who can be tolerated by history, said Mr. Bai. Lu Yin listened quietly, and although he didn't show much on his face, his heart was filled with shock. Countless people cultivated and battled for the sake of leaving their names in history, but if there was someone who didn't even dare to acknowledge history, then what level was he at? Was it progenitor Qin? 7th Bro, this monkey once read about progenitor Qin in a powerhouse's autobiography. He was a powerhouse who truly existed, and he was someone who almost changed history. However, there are too few records about him, and even the history of the shattered Fifth Mainland doesn't have any records of him, the monkey said. There's such an incredible person, the fatty cried out in surprise as he found it hard to believe. Mr. Bai sighed. It's not an exaggeration. What we're talking about might not even be close to what progenitor Qin did. There's even a terrifying rumor. At this point, Mr. Bai's gaze swept across the group. Progenitor Qin is still alive. That's impossible. That's a conspiracy theory. Someone is trying to stir up trouble and change the situation. Miss Qing immediately refuted. Mr. Bai nodded. That's right. No one is willing to believe it, or rather no one dares to believe it. Does progenitor Qin have anything to do with where we're going? The fatty couldn't help but ask. Mr. Bai replied, progenitor Qin left behind a palm print somewhere in the Daoist sect. It's rumored that someone copied that palm print and comprehended some of progenitor Qin's battle techniques. According to some records, that palm print might contain a secret technique that progenitor Qin created. The 9 clones secret technique? Miss Qing was stunned. Mr. Bai shook his head. I don't know, but it shouldn't be the 9 clones secret technique. If that technique really existed, then the 3 progenitors would not have allowed anyone to come into contact with it. They would have done everything they could to comprehend it, and that would have nothing to do with us. Miss Qing was disappointed. What a pity. It would be great if he could learn the 9 clones secret technique. He could split into 9 and all of them would have peak power. Just thinking about it is terrifying. The fatty was speechless. There really are all kinds of secret techniques. Has to be fake. Perhaps. Come, let's go take a look at the palm print that progenitor Qin left behind. That might be the most direct proof that progenitor Qin once existed, Mr. Bai said as he led the way. Lu Yin and the other 2 followed behind him. Elsewhere, Wendy Yushan had been waiting for Lu Yin for an entire day, but she did not see him. Instead she went directly to the entrance of the sect, where the words, Third Azure Sect were written on the gate. She did not wait any longer and directly entered. Lu Yin could not see through Mr. Bai's strength, but with him leading the way and the fatty occasionally exploding with power, they quickly passed through First Divine Gate and arrived at the Budding Terrace. The Budding Terrace was the safest place in the Daoist sect's ruins, but the group did not stop there. They followed Mr. Bai to the place called Heaven's Pit, which was the name of progenitor Chen's palm print. The journey was not safe, and although there were no man-made disasters, the occasional void cracks and the aftershocks from the ancient battle had almost taken the fatty's life. The fatty had thought that after absorbing the Sky-Eater pig's bloodline, his strength would increase greatly, and he would be able to follow the three of them, but he still felt that he was very far away. After an entire day, the four of them finally arrived at the light pillar. After passing through here, we'll reach the space where Heaven's Pit is. After the ancient battle, the Daoist sect was split apart and many places have changed. The space where Heaven's Pit is located has been isolated. Originally, there were many places in the Daoist sect that couldn't be entered. Apparently, these light pillars were connected by our sixth mainland's progenitors, Miss Qing said. Mr. Bai looked at Miss Qing in surprise. You know quite a bit. You're not bad yourself, Miss Qing replied. The fatty muttered beside Lu Yin, do we look like bumpkins? Lu Yin silently moved aside. Based on his status, he knew the universe's greatest secret, so he was not a bumpkin. This fatty was the bumpkin who did not know anything. They stepped into the light pillar and soon the four of them appeared in another space. The fatty cried out in alarm as a void crack streaked across. If not for Lu Yin's quick reflexes, even if he did not die, a chunk of his fat would have been sliced off. This isn't safe, the fatty howled. Mr. Bai smiled. That's right. Aside from the Budding Terrace, there is no safe place in the entire Daoist sect. Brother Fatty, it's not too late for you to go back now. The fatty shook his head. Brother Fatty has an unparalleled bloodline, so it would be too embarrassing for me to cower. The four of them looked around, but all they could see was darkness. Above them was not the sky but rather a spatial crack that flowed like water. This space seemed to have been intentionally cut out. Lu Yin's heart trembled as this was his first time coming to such a place. If there was a problem with space, then everything within this space would disappear, and not a single person would be able to escape. The fatty glanced at the sky and did not dare to raise his head again as he was terrified. Up ahead is Heaven's Pit. Let's go, Mr. Bai said. He then leaped up and charged forward. The four of them did not fly, as the sky above them that was formed by spatial cracks made them lose the desire to fly. The space where Heaven's Pit was located was not very large, and the four of them quickly arrived at its edge. A giant palm print covered an area of 50 kilometers, and the ground was pressed down by at least 50 meters. Even the lines on the palm could be seen clearly. This palm print was a huge crater, and around the crater, there were more than 20 people comprehending it. There were also 5 stone walls that rose into the sky, pressing down on the palm print and fingertips, like a seal. Each stone wall was 1 square meter in size and could accommodate 4 or 5 people at most. Only by standing on these stone walls can we see the entire palm print and better comprehend it, Mr. Bai said as he looked at the 5 stone walls. There were people at the top of each stone wall. Some had more people while others had fewer people. The one with the fewest people only had 1 person at the top. Let's go snatch one. Miss Qing was eager to try as she had a tendency to be violent. The fatty frowned as he stared at the stone wall that was pressing down on his index finger. There was only 1 person at the top of it. That person looks familiar. He should be from our Bloodburn realm. Mr. Bai looked over. I don't recognize him. Miss Qing shook her head. I don't. There was no need to mention Lu Yin as he had been staring at the palm print the entire time. These were the palm prints of the 5th mainland's progenitor Qin. They should have been the ones to comprehend them, but the 6th mainland had taken over. The fatty looked at it for a while and felt that it looked familiar, but he could not recognize it. Which one do you guys want to snatch? Mr. Bai asked. Miss Qing pointed at the stone wall that was pressing down on her middle finger. That one. We can see it the most clearly. Mr. Bai looked over and saw that there were 5 people at the top of that stone wall, which was one more than their group. Brother Deafmute, what do you think? Mr. Bai asked Lu Yin. Lu Yin's gaze swept across the 5 stone walls. Miss Qing was right. The stone wall on the middle finger was the clearest. Just as he was about to speak, his eyes trembled as he saw 3 figures rush up the stone wall. It looked like they wanted to snatch it. They wanted to snatch the stone wall on the index finger, which was the stone wall that had a single person on it. There was a tall man standing on the stone wall on the index finger. When the 3 figures rushed up from below, the man licked his lips, and a bloodthirsty killing intent and excitement appeared in his eyes. Brother, make way. One of the men rushed up to the top as his imprint appeared behind him. He waved his hands, causing a strange beast to appear in the void and roar as it charged forward. At the same time, the other 2 attacked as well. They knew that if one person could monopolize a stone wall, then he was definitely an expert. However, they were also confident that if the 3 of them worked together, then even if they were defeated, they would still be able to retreat safely. The tall man's eyes widened and he did not dodge at all. He clashed with the void beast, and a dense array of white bone spikes appeared on his body as he tore the beast apart. He then grabbed at the first man who had rushed up. The man's eyes narrowed and he hurriedly retreated. Retreat. Cover me. This person knew that this person was not someone that they could deal with. Chapter 637. On the other side of Heaven's Pit, the fatty exclaimed, I know who he is. He's Butcher, one of the experts in the Bloodburn realm who's second only to DFA. Atop the stone wall, Butcher pressed his hands against the ground as an imprint appeared behind him. This imprint was much clearer than the fatty Yan Xiaojing and the others, and one could even make out his facial features. Then, to everyone's astonished gazes, countless bones pierced out of the stone wall along with the spikes, piercing through all 3 of them. They hung from the wall as blood flowed down it, dyeing it red. At this point, many people discovered that there were not only 3 people hanging from the stone wall, but also nearly 10 other corpses. Within Heaven's Pit, everyone who saw this scene fell silent as they stared at Butcher in horror. He had killed 3 experts in an instant. Lu Yin was shocked, as those 3 had definitely not been weak. Each one of them was stronger than the fatty, but they had not even been able to retaliate against this person. Butcher stood up and the white bones on his body disappeared. These bones had spread out from his body, which meant that his body had also been pierced by the bones, and blood had dyed his clothes red. Injuring the enemy 1,000 times, but sacrificing 800 times, Miss Qing said. The fatty replied, if it were anyone else that would be true, but he's Butcher. His innate gift is absorption and he can absorb medicinal effects thousands of times. The group looked over and saw Butcher take out a pill and swallow it. Then the bloody holes on his body healed at a speed that surpassed even those with healing innate gifts. This is Butcher. He accidentally obtained Che Lai's bloodline, which allows him to use his bones as weapons. Combined with his innate gift of absorption, there are very few in the younger generation in the Bloodburn realm who can fight against him. Even Autumn Frost Qing might not be his opponent. He just imprinted a world imprinter on the same level as Elder Autumn Frost, ancestor Emo Jiang, the fatty said enviously. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This person had instantly killed 3 experts who were ranked around 60 on the top 100 rankings. This person's strength was definitely within the top 10. Anyone who could enter the Daoist sect's ruins was an elite of the 6th mainland, as otherwise, they would not have been able to obtain a futon. However, there were too many of these elites, and there were at least 50 to 60 of them, including the ones who had entered Heaven's Pit. The entire Daoist sect's ruins definitely had more than a few hundred people gathered there. However, these were not all of the 6th mainland's elites, as many of them did not have futons, and there were also many who had not come to the Daoist sect. The 6th mainland also had its own Daoist sect, and all of its top-notch elites were gathered there. If one were to disregard the other powerhouses, then even if the 10 arbiters and the rest of the top 100 rankings were added together, they would still not be enough to defeat the 6th mainland's elites. Even if they added the Neoverse into the equation, the results would still be the same. Although he had never been to the Neoverse, he was increasingly certain that the average level of their cultivators was far lower than that of the 6th mainland. Butcher's strength not only caused the people around the crater to feel apprehensive, but also the people on the other 4 stone walls. They stared at him vigilantly. Mr. Bai, I think we should snatch another stone wall. The middle stone wall is too close to Butcher. We dash, the fatty hurriedly said. He was a little afraid, but before he could finish speaking he stared blankly in a certain direction. There a white-robed man stood there quietly. He had no idea how long he had been there. The fatty stared blankly and Miss Qing nudged him. What do you want to say? Hurry up and say it. The fatty pointed at the white-robed man. Him. Miss Qing looked over and then looked at Mr. Bai. Your brother. The two were dressed similarly. The fatty hurriedly gestured for Miss Qing to keep quiet and his face went pale. Don't speak nonsense. You'll be killed. Miss Qing was puzzled. Is this person very powerful? Lu Yin looked over and his gaze trembled. His domain suddenly paused just before it touched the white-robed man. Lu Yin instinctively did not want to come into contact with this person, as that was a premonition of danger. Mr. Bai also looked over. He's dressed very similarly to me, but he's missing a folding fan. The fatty was about to cry. Don't speak nonsense. Do you know who he is? Don't provoke him. He's Shang Rong. Mr. Bai and Miss Qing were both shocked. Shang Rong? The Black Blood Realm's realmling? The fatty hurriedly nodded and carefully looked over. When he saw that the white-robed man did not react, he relaxed. Lu Yin was astonished as this was a realmling. Although he could not see the rune lines, this person gave Lu Yin an intense sense of danger. This was a premonition that had been formed through many years of battle. This person was very powerful. Mr. Bai was astonished. I never thought that even a realmling would appear. It seems like the invasion of the Fifth Mainland has sped up. The fatty carefully looked at Shang Rong, afraid that he would notice them. What day is it today? First it was Butcher and now it's a realmling. Don't tell me that the Dao Source Three Skies have appeared as well. Miss Qing rolled her eyes. You're overthinking things. The Dao Source Three Skies don't care about this place. I'm just sighing, the fatty mumbled. He looked over again but Shang Rong had disappeared. The fatty immediately felt his hair stand on end as he looked around. Finally he saw Shang Rong at the middle finger's stone wall. He's trying to steal the middle finger's stone wall, Mr. Bai said solemnly. In the distance at the top of the middle finger's stone wall, someone whispered, someone's coming. Just one person? Be careful. It's more dangerous if he's alone. Butcher's bloody massacre had terrified them, and they would rather face 4 or 5 people than one person. If one person dared to steal the stone wall, then he was either mentally ill or truly abnormal. Shang Rong leaped up the stone wall, but before he reached the top, the 5 people's attacks landed on him. Everyone looked over. Then they saw a scene that was 100 times more shocking than Butcher's. The 5 people's attacks instantly disintegrated before they could even touch Shang Rong. Then the 5 people disintegrated at the same time. Even their flesh, clothes and everything else disappeared without a trace, as if they had never existed. Within Heaven's Pit, everyone who saw this scene felt their scalps go numb, including Butcher. Many people's jaws dropped. What the hell? What had they just seen? They hadn't seen anything, but what about those 5 people? Were they gone? Lu Yin's pupils shrank and he stared at the stone wall in shock. How had those 5 people disappeared? Had they just been disintegrated? This was an incomprehensible scene, but it had truly happened. Shang Rong calmly sat down at the top of the stone wall and calmly looked at his palm, as if he had just done something insignificant. However, the shock that he had given everyone was something that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. I told you not to provoke him. Let's just leave, the fatty said, trembling. Mr. Bai and Miss Qing looked at each other and they both saw the shock in each other's eyes. Lu Yin's eyes flickered as he had actually disintegrated them just like that. His method was similar to rune lines, but it was definitely not rune lines. 7th bro, let's go. He's a freak and you shouldn't provoke someone like him right now. You can't use any external items here, so let's go. The ghost monkey was scared and he was also afraid. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. If he could see the rune lines, then he would know what method Shang Rong had used to disintegrate those people. It was impossible that he had not attacked, but they could not see his attacks. Previously there had been people who had compared Shang Rong to the Realmlings. If the Realmlings all had Shang Rong's strength, then those people would not be able to comprehend his terrifying strength. They would only be able to understand it after witnessing it for themselves. It was no wonder why Xingkai had killed a realmling the sixth mainland. The realmlings definitely had the power to fight against the 10 arbiters. This person should be a hunter. Rumor has it that the blood ancestor sealed 3 unparalleled bloodlines into 3 statues, and only the realmlings can obtain them. Shang Rong obtained one of those bloodlines, the fatty said in fear. Every realm has countless cultivators, but only the realmlings stand at the peak and obtain that bloodline. That's an unparalleled bloodline that even the blood ancestor values. So, do you want to return or take it? You choose, Mr. Bai said. The fatty was stunned. With Shang Rong here, you still want to take it? Miss Qing rolled her eyes at him. We're not going to take it from him, so what are you afraid of? The fatty was conflicted. Lu Yin suddenly looked up and pointed at the stone wall on his ring finger. There were 4 people on that stone wall, which was exactly the same number of people as they had. Mr. Bai tapped his fan. Alright, since deaf-mute brother has decided, we'll take that one. The fatty's mouth was wide open and he continuously gestured at Lu Yin. Lu Yin had already rushed out and Mr. Bai and Miss Qing followed at the same time. The fatty had no choice but to follow closely behind them. If he retreated here, then it would be impossible for him to be together with these people in the future. Around Heaven's Pit, the crowd was still immersed in the shock that Shang Rong had brought when someone else tried to snatch the stone wall. The 4 people on the ring finger had already been afraid that Shang Rong would attack them. Now that someone else had come to snatch it, the 4 looked at each other in tacit understanding and silently retreated. Neither side had exchanged any blows. This is going too smoothly, the fatty muttered. Mr. Bai smiled. Maybe they were already leaving. I think they're just scared, Miss Qing said. The fatty carefully glanced at Shang Rong and saw that he was staring at the palm lines. The fatty hurriedly gestured for him to be quiet. Let's look at the palm lines. Don't disturb them. Lu Yin also glanced at Shang Rong before looking at the palm lines. Heaven's Pit temporarily quieted down. A day passed and Lu Yin continued to stare at the palm lines, but he couldn't see anything. 2 days passed and he still couldn't see anything. He looked at Mr. Bai, who seemed to sense his gaze. He helplessly spread his hands and waved his fan, looking like a playboy. Needless to say, Lu Yin had gained nothing. He then looked at Miss Qing, who rolled her eyes at him. She wasn't in a good mood. Finally, he looked at the fatty, who kept gesturing at him. Lu Yin didn't want to guess at all. The situation on the other stone walls was similar. There were no changes and there were no abnormalities. On the 3rd day, more and more people came in to snatch the stone walls. These people were smart and didn't try to snatch the butcher's or Shang Rong's stone walls. Their first target was the Pinky Wall, and after a fierce battle they successfully took it. Perhaps it was because they were encouraged, but another group of people started snatching. Their target was the wall on the ring finger, which was where Lu Yin's group was. The fatty cried out, "There's an enemy." Mr. Bai waved his fan. "There's 4 of them and 4 of us." Perfect. The fatty was shocked. "Don't count me in, I'm just a bystander." The fatty's voice was drowned out by the battle. The 4 opponents were also planning to fight one-on-one, but the fatty was ambushed by a skinny guy. His body was like a bamboo pole and one was fat while the other was skinny. It was quite eye-catching, especially when the fatty's sky-eater pig silhouette appeared. Even Shang Rong looked over. Chapter 638. The Sky-Eater Pig was one of the unparalleled bloodlines. Although the fatty had only absorbed a small portion of it and could not display its true power, it was still enough to greatly increase his power level. The skinny man was from the progenitor of Martial Realm and did not have a bloodline. His battle techniques had been devoured by the fatty, and he had even used an imprint to brand his forehead. Lu Yin faced a gloomy man who seemed to want to end the battle quickly. He had used an imprint and battle techniques, and he had also used a strange power similar to the imprint. This was not the first time that Lu Yin had encountered such a thing, as the girl in the plaza outside the first divine gate had used it before, and its power had nearly doubled. However, even if the gloomy man used his full strength, he was still instantly defeated by Lu Yin. This person was only an explorer, and Lu Yin was confident that he was at the top of the 6th mainland's elite geniuses within the same realm. His tyrannical physical strength completely destroyed the gloomy man's battle techniques, and he was sent crashing to the ground. Mr. Bai and Miss Qing's battles also ended very quickly. Finally, the three of them turned to look at the battle between the fatty and the skinny man. The skinny man panicked as he had not expected to be defeated so quickly. When the fatty's sky-eater pig silhouette had appeared, he had thought that this fellow was the strongest, but he had not expected it to be the weakest. The other three were a little too strong and the skinny man did not dare to continue fighting. The fatty did not have the courage to chase after the skinny man, and he panted heavily as he clenched his fists. Fatty bro actually won. Had he won? Lu Yin glanced over. He had not won and it had only been a draw. If it had been the fatty from before, then he would have been defeated long ago. It could only be said that Lu Yin had improved greatly, and those four fellows were not strong either. They were much weaker than the elegant man that Lu Yin had killed. They were lucky, Miss Qing said. Not a bad bloodline, but it's a little thin. What a pity. An indifferent voice sounded out and they all looked over to see that it was Shang Rong. The fatty stared blankly at Shang Rong and pointed at himself. Are you talking about me? Shang Rong's eyes narrowed. The fatty was shocked and he hurriedly bowed. Thank you for the praise, Realm Ling. It's an honor. Shang Rong slowly turned around and continued looking at the palm lines. Miss Qing covered her forehead. Embarrassing. Mr. Bai smiled. Fatty bro is a sentimental person, huh? The fatty's face reddened and he mumbled, but that's Shang Rong. I'm a little scared. Lu Yin sat down and quietly studied the lines on his palm. While Lu Yin and the others were observing the palm lines on the other side of the Daoist sect, within Third Azure Gate, Wendy Yushan had unsheathed her sword and slashed out horizontally, slicing apart the monster-like hurricane that was rushing towards her. She then sheathed her sword and looked up at the sky. Was she about to reach the end? She was not in a hurry to rush through Third Ash Gate, as she was still very curious about this Daoist sect. Along the way she also bumped into other people, but just like Lu Yin's initial choice, she did not speak. This way it would be less likely for her to be discovered as someone who did not belong to the Sixth Mainland. Lightning descended from the sky, but Wendy Yushan easily evaded it and passed through the third blue gate. As long as she entered the pillar of light, she would be able to reach the budding terrace. At that moment, a figure appeared from within the pillar of light and hurriedly fled towards the Third Ash sect. When he saw Wendy Yushan in front of him, he shouted, "Scram!" Wendy Yushan frowned and unsheathed her sword. Suddenly, another figure appeared from within the pillar of light, accompanied by the sound of metal clashing. At the same time, Wendy Yushan's sword trembled uncontrollably before being unsheathed on its own. Under her astonished gaze, the tip of the sword streaked across the void, leaving behind a huge crack that looked like a black river. The person who had fled towards the Third Ash Gate slowly knelt to the ground, completely dead. Wendy Yushan's sword circled around in the air before finally returning to its sheath and letting out a sword hum. Wendy Yushan looked forward in shock, as this was the first time that her sword had been controlled by someone else. A well-built man walked out from the pillar of light. He had short hair and wore cotton clothes that looked very casual. His arms were especially thick and his veins bulged out like dragons. It was obvious that he was very strong. The man was not particularly handsome, but he had a unique temperament. His eyes, in particular, had a dignified aura that seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. Wendy Yushan and the man stared at each other. The man glanced at the corpse on the ground and then looked back at Wendy Yushan. A trace of amazement flashed through his eyes. "Sorry for using your sword." Wendy Yushan replied coldly, "What's your name?" The man raised his brows. "War Martial Realm, Weaponsmith Family's Weaponsmith Wielder." "I'm asking for your name," Wendy Yushan said coldly. The man's lips curled up. "It looks like you're from an ordinary background. You've never even heard of a weaponsmith family." "My weaponsmith family doesn't have a name, only a title. I'm this generation's weaponsmith wielder." Wendy Yushan's eyes were cold. "Since you're from a weaponsmith family, you should be aware of the importance of a weapon to its master. Using my sword to kill someone is tantamount to contempt." The man clasped his hands behind his back. "If someone else spoke to me like that I wouldn't care, but since you've said it I can't ignore it. I've taken a liking to you. Come with me and I can make it up to you." Wendy Yushan's eyes flashed coldly. No need. I'll look for you in the future. The man laughed maniacally. If you want to look for me, then you should at least be aware of the difference in power between us. Come with me and I'll show you. Right, I forgot to tell you that I'm the War Marshal Realm's Realmling. Wendy Yushan's pupils shrank. Realmling. Although this was just a guess, this title should be the code name of a certain realm's strongest youth. This person was a Realmling. I want to go to the scripture pavilion and formally invite you to come with me. I'll show you the difference in power. Do you dare? The man raised his head. Wendy Yushan's voice was cold. Lead the way. The Daoist sect was huge and it included mountains, rivers and oceans. At the foot of a certain mountain, more than 10 cultivators from the 6th mainland had gathered. It's rumored that back in the 5th mainland's Daoist sect, only progenitors could split open mountains and seas. At its peak there were 9 mountains and 8 seas and this is one of them. This mountain contains the inheritance of one of the 5th mainland's progenitors. Let's explore it together and we'll definitely reap some benefits, someone suggested. It's just a rumor. Even my 6th mainland didn't have more than 4 progenitors at its peak. How could the 5th mainland possibly have 9? This mountain is probably just an empty mountain. Let's go explore somewhere else, someone suggested. That's right. Progenitors being able to split open mountains and seas is just a rumor that the 5th mainland used to comfort themselves. This mountain is so huge and who knows how long it'll take to reach the top. It's too much of a waste of time, and we probably won't even be able to reach the mountainside by the time is up. Yeah, let's go to Heaven's Pit. If we're lucky we might be able to comprehend a secret technique. Let's go to the 9 cauldrons. Every cauldron has a battle technique and some people have comprehended it before. We might also reap some benefits there. I think it's better to stay in the scripture pavilion. Who knows, we might be able to comprehend something there. A few thousand meters away from the group of cultivators, a man slowly walked over. Every step he took left a black footprint on the ground, which was the result of his high temperature. Not long after, the man saw the cultivators who were preparing to leave, and his lips curled up. The war has begun. Flames lit up the area and before long the man continued to leisurely walk away. The cultivators who had been standing there had all been burnt to ashes. One of them was still breathing and he struggled to stare at the man's back. Who are you? The man stopped but he did not turn around. He simply said, 10 arbiters, the undying bird. After that, flames surged up and engulfed the cultivators. In the Daoist sect, a tall mountain was faintly discernible. The mountain was surrounded by the sea, and a woman was sitting on a reef by the shore, drinking from a gourd of wine. The woman's clothes were revealing, but she was not pretending to be seductive. As she drank, she appeared very bold and unrestrained. Behind her, 2 men approached and sized her up in amazement. Such a forthright woman is truly rare. May I have the opportunity to share a drink with you? The woman put down the gourd and wiped her mouth with her sleeve. She burped and looked back with a blurry gaze. When the 2 men saw the woman's appearance, they were stunned. The woman's beauty did not match her temperament at all. She clearly had the carefreeness of a man, but she also had the delicateness of a drunk woman. The 2 completely different temperaments mixed together to create an irresistible attraction. The 2 men gulped. Miss, are you all right? The woman stood up shakily and almost fell. The 2 men hurried forward to support her. But as soon as they moved, their bodies suddenly shriveled up. In less than a second the 2 men's auras disappeared, and they turned into 2 dried corpses that maintained their previous posture. The woman swayed as she walked past the 2 men. A gentle breeze blew past, and the 2 men's bodies dissipated into dust that drifted towards the sea. The Daoist sect sea is so beautiful. Wait for me. This might be my burial ground and we'll meet again soon, the woman said in a hazy voice. It was unclear whether she was speaking in her drunken stupor, but after she spoke she fell to the ground with a thump. She lay down on the reef and fell asleep, snoring loudly. There was a place in the Daoist sect known as the Bao Burial Ground, but it had not been established by the Daoist sect. Legend had it that this place originated from an ancient battle, and the corpse of a progenitor from the 6th mainland and his weapon had been buried there. That progenitor's weapon had been a bao, which was why this place had been named the Bao Burial Ground. At this moment, 3 cultivators from the 6th mainland had unintentionally entered the Bao burial ground, and they were carefully exploring this dark space. This broken place is really hard to find. If we weren't lucky, we wouldn't have been able to find it, one of them said. Another person excitedly said, "This is the legendary Bao burial ground. Countless experts have tried to find it, but none of them had the opportunity to do so. Today we have the opportunity to find it and will definitely be able to obtain the progenitor's inheritance. We'll be able to take the divine Bao and step onto the battlefield to slaughter the survivors of the 5th mainland and avenge our senior." That's right. The Bao burial ground has opened at this moment precisely so that we can perform some meritorious service. We can't disappoint our senior's expectations, the last person said excitedly. Just as this person finished speaking, the space nearby fluctuated, and the 3 of them looked over with burning eyes. They hurriedly moved forward at an unprecedented speed, as they all wanted to obtain the progenitor's inheritance. However, what appeared in front of them was a yellow futon and a man sitting atop it. His black and white hair danced in the wind, and there were strands of gray hair mixed in the middle. "Who are you? How can you use a futon to directly appear in the Bao burial ground?" One of them barked as he stared vigilantly at the man sitting on the futon. The man opened his eyes and they were indescribable. They were filled with boundless arrogance and iciness, as if everything he saw were ants. Chapter 639. The man's gaze terrified the 3, and one of them suddenly thought of something and turned to flee. "Run. It's a remnant from the 5th mainland." The other 2 were shocked and they quickly fled. Although the 5th mainland was very weak and could be easily invaded by the 6th mainland, and they had suffered a crushing defeat in the ancient war, anyone from the 5th mainland who could appear in the Daoist sect's ruins was a freak. Xianxia had killed a realmling, and the rest of the 5th mainland's people had never been defeated. In their opinion, any remnant of the 5th mainland that appeared in the Daoist sect was a terrifying existence that could rival a realmling. They had clearly guessed wrong, as Zhou Xian was not one of them. However, it was wise for them to flee at this time, as the person who had appeared in front of them was on the same level as Xianxia, one of the 10 arbiters, Night King Zhenwu. Wanting to flee was one thing, but actually being able to do so was another. The 3 had clearly overestimated themselves, as a single move separated their heads from their bodies. Night King Zhenwu stepped on the blood and looked towards the entrance of the land of the buried Bao. The Starfall Sea has suffered consecutive crushing defeats, and the Starsabil sect is thinking too lightly of us to kill the 6th mainland's younger generation in the Daoist sect to divert the pressure from the battlefield. The 6th mainland's younger generation is definitely not weak, especially the Daoist 3 skies. Still, it's good for us to get some exercise. If the Daoist 3 skies don't appear, then everyone else is just an ant. There was a main hall in the Daoist sect that was easy to find. It stood at the peak of the Daoist sect and one could reach it directly through a beam of light. However, not many people came here normally, as there was no inheritance or power vessel in the main hall. There was nothing but a magnificent hall that had already been reduced to ruins. The cultivators who occasionally appeared here were all recuperating, as there was no danger in the main hall. At this moment, there were no less than 10 cultivators in the main hall, and they were all discussing something with excited expressions. They vaguely mentioned the battlefield, the Mara River, the Starfall Sea, and so on. No one noticed that a futon had suddenly appeared behind the main hall, and a man was sitting on it with his eyes closed as he slowly stood up. Obviously, entering and exiting the Daoist sect with futons was not limited to the plaza outside the mountain gate. The man with his eyes closed slowly walked into the main hall, and the dozen or so people looked over. Although the man's eyes were closed, they did not pay him any attention, as there were many strange battle techniques. One of them approached the man and waved his hand. "Brother, what technique are you cultivating? You really can't see?" "Second brother, his eyes are closed, so he definitely can't see. Maybe he's cultivating an unrivaled technique. Don't disturb him," someone joked. Someone on the other side jeered. "I heard that once you reach the peak of a certain realm, you have to suppress your body and pay a price. Maybe someone has reached the peak of a certain realm and has no choice but to close their eyes to suppress it, haha." Many people laughed. The man with closed eyes turned to look at the heckler. "How did you know I was suppressing my domain?" His words made the people around him laugh even harder. Brother who still cultivates domains these days. It's enough to comprehend them. Cultivation is a waste of time. If you have time, you might as well train your body. Who knows, you might be able to withstand the blessings of an imprinter. That's the correct path of cultivation. Wasn't the greatest inheritance said to be in the 9 mountains and seas? The fatty hurriedly ran. It's not the same. The mountains and seas may have the legacy of a progenitor, but no one has ever obtained it. The 9 cauldrons are different. According to the legends, each cauldron contains a battle technique. The 9 cauldrons represent 9 different battle techniques. There's such a thing? It wasn't just Mr. Bai. Lu Yin and the others also saw the phantom image of the sky cauldron, and they all rushed towards the location of the 9 cauldrons. Most legends were just rumors, but it was undeniable that there was some basis to them. They might have been exaggerated or fabricated, but no one would completely deny the existence of legends, especially when it came to opportunities and inheritances. At First Divine Gate, a group of 4 or 5 people finally managed to defeat a few First Divine Gate guardians. Quick, there's a change to the 9 cauldrons. The inheritance is right in front of us. Let's go. Among the group, an honest-looking youth was carrying a hoe and panting slightly. There's no need to rush. Even if there's an inheritance, it won't be that easy to obtain. Nong Zaitian, you sure aren't in a hurry. You have so many treasures, but we don't. A girl rolled her eyes at the man carrying the hoe. Another man added, your Nong ancestor obtained an entire auction house's worth of treasures. Nong Zaitian smiled. Actually, most of those things have been used up. Look, there's only this hoe left. How about it? I'll give it to you. The group was speechless. Who would want a broken hoe? At this moment, a figure quickly approached from behind. They looked over and saw that it was a man. His appearance was ordinary, but his hair color was very strange. It was blood red, and there were traces of red spots in his eyes. He had an evil smile on his face which made people feel a chill down their spines. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.